map for Catch. Cough cough, is that your spoiler for your next map, JBH?
Absolutely not. So there you go, it's been given away mildly, but Gigas is the first mapper in our grand finals no mod pool. Masayoshi Imori's Breakover. Super Mental is Break is the first difficulty up, and we're going to get right underway with the grand finals map pool showcase for the 2019 OS Catch World Cup. Starting out with 2 minutes of drain time, 150 BPM, the casual matter of 8.12 stars and 9.7 approach rate.
And yes, you heard that right. This is the first no mod pick, and it's 8.2 stars. Usually the first pick is a comfort pick, and if this is the comfort pick, oh boy, just wait until you see what comes next.
Sick multi-map though.
You played this one before?
And with your mates, do a multi. Just throw this on.
And one thing you guys are probably noticing is that all of these sliders do not have tiny droplets on them. They all have bigger droplets. So if you mess up on a slider, it's not just an accuracy drop, but it's a full combo break.
There's ticks.
Definitely very punishing to have such a high slider velocity. As you said, all ticks almost are those large ticks that obviously contribute to your combo. Catcher control is at a premium in this one. Also, lots of heavy anti-flow usage, some going into and some coming out of very strong, snappy hyper dashes. Lots of 1/2, 1/4, and of course even some 1/8 thrown in as well. You can see some double patterns there.
Oh, and I do love my anti-flow in maps. That's whenever I make a map, that's one of my weaknesses is I throw in a bit too much anti-flows when I shouldn't.
Nah, there's never too much anti-flow. Even if it's unplayable. It's obviously World Cup material, right?
Oh, wise words from a good mapper right here.
I'm not sure they're the wisest words I've ever spoken, but if you want to think that way, go for it.
More and more people gain the ability to play like 8, 9-star maps, and we're seeing more of these 8, 9-star maps ranked that are worth like 1,000 PP a piece. And so many people are just coming through assessing. Like,
And our next no mod map is Mitsuyoshi Takenobu no Ani, Amphisbaenia, mapped by none other than Ascendance. We are seeing 2 minutes 34 seconds of drain time on this, a BPM of 185, and it is a star rating of 7.39.
Yeah, so this is a new, I'm air quoting, upload from Ascendance, coming out very recently. Obviously he's planning to revive this one for rank in his own set, some spread coming soon. I believe this was originally uploaded as part of a Toybot standard set in about 2017. He's made some minor kind of edits and fixes to that, but I think largely the difficulty remains the same. If you've seen that one in multi-lobbies or floating around in kind of modding queues and things like that from times gone by. Main focuses of this one are going to be like anti-flow within streams and lots of direction changes as wiggling. So again, catcher control definitely an important one, and of course lots of 1/4 hyper dashes with the increased slider velocity and increased BPM on offer compared to what we've seen previously.
Some of those patterns are
these patterns look fun. I like the looks of this.
There are two types of people, right? The ones who said these patterns are like cute, and this that say that these patterns are just insane. And we just have two of them right here.
Masochists and realists, definitely.
For sure.
Well, I am definitely a realist, but don't let that shy away from the fact that I still do love these types of patterns.
Of course, I am incredibly masochistic.
Also, yeah, some eagle-eyed spotting Touch Me, providing the replay from this one, obviously the Hong Kong captain. his team. Sadly out of the tournament, but still contributing in his own way. Do see how many old and new players you can spot performing replays of a pool of this insane level of difficulty.
And for you Hong Kong fans out there, Hong Kong made it to the grand finals maps. There you go.
Touching me still flying the flag. Slider velocity just getting pretty kind of insane here. Those kind of stacked buzz slider sections, like, they don't look too wide, but when you're kind of coming out of a strong hyper dash, it's very easy to overbalance those and miss a huge amount of notes very quickly. So there we go. Amphispina is our second pick. Third, Chroma, Made in Love, mapped by another Catch World Cup captain, Bunrei, this time of the Philippines. 2 minutes and 12 seconds in length. A very slow initial BPM of 88, but I think that is rather deceptive. 6.92 stars of difficulty, a circle size of 5, which is quite a bit smaller than some other things that we'll have seen in this pool and previous pools, and an approach rate of 8.8. So this one is definitely not a kind of high velocity, snappy technical offering, but does still include a lot of wiggling, some anti-flow, and some fairly odd, deceptive stream shapes.
Bunrei, someone who's ranking a fair few maps recently.
He really has been. And this AR is definitely a change of pace from our first two maps.
Just because the AR and the BPM are a bit change of pace doesn't mean the difficulty is either, though, because you can tell right away that some of these like snappings are really quite tiny and require very precise control on the catcher. You can see triple kind of wiggle pattern there, coming into and out of hyper dashes for each of those.
The flow into
Requiring very
wiggles,
delicate catcher control.
the kind of flow section into the wiggles did look pretty awkward as well, so even the flow isn't flowy.
Oh, definitely. And despite this being a bit lower star rating of 6.9, this is not any less difficult. As we can see, those patterns right there was just...
That almost looks like the kind of pattern you'd get when playing a map with the easy mod. Like
It really
sliders
does.
that are so rapidly, like one following another and in opposite directions, that they look like they're all kind of falling at the same time. And it's really a challenge as to how do I even read this, let alone play it.
Possibly where Bunrei got some of his inspiration from.
Potentially so. Yeah, we know he's definitely a mapper that the star rating doesn't always tell the full story on many of his creations, and this I'm sure is no exception.
And of course, what Grand Finals map pool would it be without Code Crimson, mapped by the one, the only, the infamous CLSW.
Yeah, this is definitely a map that we've seen before, very famous, now loved offering from CLSW, or Minato Yukina, as he is now known, from 2016, loved in mid-2018. This one, again, roughly 2 minutes in length, lots of wiggling, lots of strong anti-flow, so you've got to come out of a snappy 1/4 hyper dash into a very strong 1/2 hyper dash, so balancing snaps and different strengths is going to be a key on this one. And if there was enough wiggling for you on the previous pick, there's just a little bit more and then some on this one.
And you'll notice the
Not
HP
quite
drain
that
is the HP drain is a bit higher on this map than the previous one, almost 7.
Yeah, this will
So
round up to
those
7.
indif-
HP drain and catch rounds to its nearest integer value, so this one is essentially 7, higher than anything we've seen on previous picks. Amphispina was 6 and the other two previous picks were 5. So coupled with the density and BPM, misses here are going to be remarkably more punishing than we have been on any of the previous selections.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see a fail on this map, honestly.
Teams are gonna want to practice this one a fair bit, just so
I hope they want to
avoid
practice
the-
everything in this pool.
Yeah.
Since there's only
Just so they can
two
avoid the team
matches
fail.
that stand between them and the Catch World Cup Championship.
True. Anyone winning a sight read contest?
I mean, I want to believe that some people could probably perform well on these maps whilst sight reading, but I don't think that anyone wants to chance that. The standard of
No,
competition in the remaining 3 teams is so unbelievably high.
Especially the constant wiggling on that map is gonna tire you out instantly if you're not expecting it.
I believe that map also made a appearance in one of the Amiru Dan packs. Once you went up higher above like 10th Dan, then you'd see it.
Yeah. And for those of you who watched OWC, well, Chisana is back in this grand finals with a comfort pick. Chisana Korino Uda.
I thought you said
Oh, yeah.
comfort for a second then. I was
No,
like,
comfort.
this isn't. Oh wait,
No,
he means
no,
comfort.
Comfort.
Man,
This isn't comfortable. What is he talking about?
I mean, it looks comfortable in comparison to the last map.
Definitely. But Proce's Extreme coming in at 3 minutes 40 seconds of drain time. Our highest BPM in this Nomad pool coming in at 220 BPM. It's a convert 6.68 stars, but that does not mean it is any less difficult at all.
Yeah, can I just take a second to point out, we're talking about a 6.7 star convert map here. This is not like your typical like speedy boy overdose that you can maybe get a cheeky 500, 600 PP from. This is brutal. Lots of extended sliders and snaps out of one half and 1/4 hyperdashes at 220 BPM, and that BPM picks up the longer the song goes on. So you have to deal with BPM changes as well.
In perspective, they're 6.6 and onwards for converts is where they start becoming near unpassable. Like there are quite a few that have very few passes on them. You hit like 6.6, 6.7. Just because the patterns become so erratic and intense. Absolutely ridiculous.
And this pick is definitely going to be favoring some of those more older players who were around during when Converts was the meta for Catch. As you see, some of these jumps are just an extreme distance apart from each other.
And also the thing with that is, while Converts might have been the meta a while back, the meta for standard mapping different back then too, so
Yeah, old school
Changes there
convert
to
players will
deal
not
with.
be intimately familiar with this kind of standard mapping unless they've continued their combat play throughout the past kind of 5 or 6 years or so since catch specifics really came to the fore. Yeah, pretty impressive 1000 combo from Eka here. Obviously very famous, skilled Japanese player who sadly was not competing at this year's World Cup. He holds the current first place on this one with 1433 combos, so I'm assuming that this is his replay from that performance. No Life, French player who we were obviously hyping up a lot earlier but sadly lost out in that match to Mexico, also has 1000 combo. And then there's Dusk and Ponchiwi. So there's no other players with more than a 700 combo on this one besides those 4, and there's nobody has fewer misses than Dusk's 2 miss. So will we see anyone pushing the limits towards an FC in the coming week as they practice for this one?
Eka himself, I'd say, is top 5, top 10 in terms of And a 3 miss on that. That's off.
So our 6th and final no-mod selection for the 2019 Grand Final is Calling by Zek, Winber One's special extra. Very interesting circle size of 2.4, as you'll notice is rather massive compared to pretty much everything else we'll have seen in this whole tournament, really, let alone this pool. I don't think we've ever seen anything like this tournament that's approached circle size 2. We saw circle size 3 double time pick in the previous round, but these are some bigly fruits, ladies and gentlemen.
Even in just the whole game itself, you rarely ever find maps that go down to like CS3, CS2.
Definitely not at this level of difficulty anyway.
And when they do hit like a certain level of that difficulty, then you have to kind of work with the patterns. Then they start to look a little bit confusing. Got a lot of awkward patterns here with all these sliders and streams.
Yeah, lots of balancing, wiggles and streams of varying shapes and sizes. Some calm sections are going to be thrown in as well, but it's going to be a lot of hypers combined with very odd stream shapes, like that one just there. Reminds me a lot of the HoloWings extra convert from, I think it was the quarter-final pool. And then sliders in the Ki obviously going to have their slider velocity bumped up to 11, making balancing those first and last fruits to prioritize combo very important.
Seeing some more of those wacky sliders come out of the word works. You know,
These
JBH,
wiggles look so brutal.
I will really be impressed if somebody manages to get a double S on this.
Oh my
Don't
God.
say it won't happen, because you'll probably lose that bet. These players have proven us wrong time and time again.
That one, I'd say, might be more doable than Chisana. A lot
Well,
more.
6 no mods
there are a
down.
lot-
Hidden is where we're heading to next, and this, honestly, is a shock. I had a feeling this map was going to crop up in a World Cup sooner or later, but for Hidden, this is really, really mean. Like, this is a savage selection from the map selector team. Emil Autumn's I Know Where You Sleep, Magic Bomb's second appearance in the 2019 Catch World Cup. This is 3 minutes and 5 seconds of drain time, 160 BPM, circle size of 5, and approach rate of 8. And if you've never seen this map before, or never seen this one thrown around in a multi-lobby, there's wiggles galore, lots of anti-flow in trademark M-bomb style, very strong 1/2 jumps combined with hyper dashes, and the ending frankly gets pretty ridiculous with how many direction changes and strong snappy movements there are. Like, flow almost doesn't exist in some parts of this map. It's just that evil and uncomfortable to play, but it does fit the theme of the song down to a T.
Definitely, and just watching some of the spaces between these notes is really, I can really see it tripping some players up, either going a bit too far back or a bit too far forward on some of the spacing there and finding a few misses. I can honestly see that happening.
Yeah, one of the major difficulties with this, beyond what I've already mentioned, is since the hyper dashes are strong and then the dashes that follow them are also very strong, if you overshoot slightly, it makes it very difficult to get back for the next fruit. And in a lot of cases, that fruit is obviously also followed by more strong dashes or more hyper dashes. So if you slip out of your rhythm on any of these patterns, you can miss huge swaths of notes before you even realize, even though the BPM and the approach rate are not that high.
And that's what makes it a brutal map for our first Hidden pit here.
You play the victim very well. You build yourself
This song is pure hell. You can hear the demons, some people are saying in chat. I actually love this song. Like, the map is very cruel, and I'm not a fan of playing this one beyond the first kind of minute. But it's a very good test for the World Cup at this level of difficulty.
Difficulty
Now we can
spike.
see getting into the kind of
That's
sped
what I
up section. Snapping has increased, wiggle distance has increased, anti-flow, obviously. If M-Bomb was able to increase the anti-flow anymore than he already has done, then this is that.
Wiggle City.
Oh, I did say the
Oh,
ending was
God.
quite mean.
Very,
Yeah.
very impressive if someone FCs this during a match.
Just seen a message from M-Bomb saying, at Ken, how the hell did you hit the 1-4 section? There's some surprising players in this world, huh? But that's only hidden number 1. We've got 3 more to go.
And here we are, our second hidden pick. Uno and DWAT, Iosis tracks. It's N-Roll.
And
Gravity.
mapped by Eno, so song by Uno, mapped by Eno. I thought that was a nice little... I'm not sure if that was intentional, whether he deliberately picked that because of the name, but
I can see
Eno,
that.
a kind of well-known mapper, has a few offerings in Love, all very kind of high star difficulty, high BPM. Very kind of fan favorite map of kind of intense maps that, as you said again, do get thrown around a lot in practice multi-lobbies.
By far our shortest map on this hidden map pool, coming in at only 1:45 a drain time with a BPM of 170. But even though it's a short map, it's 7.7 star rating with
Yeah,
an
we
AR
quite
of
often
9.6.
we quite often see kind of high level maps in the Catch World Cup's previous editions as being very tricky, slow, technical, low approach rate offerings, similar to what we've just seen. This is almost the complete opposite. This is rapid, this is fast, this is snappy. This has a lot of anti-flow, but also a lot of regular flow as well. So it's different, and it's really good to see something that tests the complete opposite end of the skill spectrum in a finals pool.
I'd say this would be your comfort pick for Hidden. Honestly, like, just maybe the moment Hidden picks up in speed, I find it so much easier to play.
I know I personally dread ever having to play Hidden at approach rate of 8 or lower. I cannot do it to save my life. I don't know what it is, but I just cannot find a combo to save my life when it's that slow.
Oh, I got almost bamboozled by my own thoughts for a sec when Mapper, I thought you were about to say well-known card game. No.
Well,
I
Uno
know
is a
you were
well-known
not
card
Anna.
game.
It's time to draw 4.
So in the finals pool, we had some inspired Kirby mix from Miss Magius, and this time it would not be a Catch World Cup Grand Final if we didn't have some authentic Kirby Susumu
mix.
Hirasawa. This time Aurora 2 from Starrod Kirby himself, the master of circle size 5, approach rate 7. Seems like he is rather a staple in OSCatch World Cups, because it does, as I say, test that ultimate reading skill of small circles, strong jumps, and very slow approach rates. This one's going to be 3 minutes and 30 seconds long, BPM of 140. But the difficulty is only 3.5 stars. That's not difficult, right?
Not at all.
No, not at all. Only coming in with a HP drain of 7. Not difficult at all.
So this one is an offering that was submitted, can you believe it, in November 2009 and ranked in June 2010. This has been around for longer than most people, myself included, have even heard of this game. And in some cases, it might have been around for twice as long as some of the newer kind of members of the community, or even 3 times.
9 to 10 years this thing's been around for, depending on if you're going off date it was made or date it was ranked.
So, for a map set that's been ranked for over 9 years, how many hidden FCs do you reckon this one has, boys?
Oh, enough?
I'll give you a hint. It's
gonna
less
go
than
with-
2.
I'm gonna go with I do see XCon on there, but
1.5.
I'm gonna-
There's
I'm gonna-
one hidden only FC
Yeah.
from Rubaku, French master of
Ooh.
approach rate hidden. 2 hidden Hard Rock FCs, but only 1 singular hidden FC in 9 years.
you
Yeah,
hear
Robo
that,
Crew-
players? There's your
Very good
challenge
thing
for you.
In typical
Chilean,
old
Chinese.
style, there's lots of very wacky slider shapes, very strange distancing that obviously doesn't make too much sense to us catch mappers, us catch players, but plenty of sense. Lots of regular spacing, but that means that when you have jumps that go from one side of the screen to the other, you have to be precise on your timing for those again and again and again. Wiggling, strong half jumps, strong back and forth, and very weird slider shapes. And of course, it's all set to the tune of AR7 hidden. So you've got to be planning your moves almost a second in advance so that you don't move too early.
This is gonna one of those maps that is gonna take extreme catcher control in order to be able to compete. And everyone left, Chilean players, Chinese, South Koreans. You heard JBH. That's your challenge. One of you better full combo this.
Yeah, there's a couple of 1 misses. Eldenal has a 1 miss. I'm not sure exactly when that score was set. Maybe he can go 1 better in a tournament setting. That would be even more impressive.
Each team has hidden specialists, so it wouldn't surprise me if one of them FC'd it.
But man, those sliders are absolutely brutal at this approach rate with hidden.
Lots of throwdowns going on in the chat already. You better FC this, you better SS this. Oh hey, this person missed where I miss. Lots of re-emerging memories from previous attempts at this one, I am assuming. Tenchi-chan saying, Russell, you better SS this, and Russell saying, well, we're not in the World Cup anymore, so I'm not sure how you want us to do that one. So 3 down, 1 hidden pick to go. It's going to be Shinra Bansho Zenryoku Happy Life, mapped by Haley. Ken performing duties on this one once again. This one from September 2018. 4 minutes and 30 seconds of drain time, so definitely the endurance pick of the pool. 190 BPM and an approach rate of 8.7, so slightly slower than some of the things that most people would be normally comfortable playing hidden at, but definitely not on the level of the AR7 and 8 picks that we've seen previously. 5.1 stars of difficulty, lots of slider extensions which at this BPM do tend to create some very strong snappy hyper dashes, and of course they'll be combined with very strong regular dashes as well, and lots of direction changes that really just come at you out of almost nowhere, which players will probably need to be memorizing. if they wanted to make sure they hit all of those. Definitely some catching on the edge of the plate going to be required for this one.
Edge catches and hit. I would not expect anything less from Grand Finals map pool.
Oh yeah, you can't make a better combination. Unless you throw in hyper dashes with those edge dashes as well. Then it's a party.
Well, that's a party that I would want nothing a part of.
You don't fancy letting one of the remaining teams sub you in? I got this one, boys. Let me take it.
As long as it's not hidden, I'm perfectly okay.
It is, but it is. It's
And-
alright, you can only see half the screen. It means you can focus on the rest of it more intensely.
And since it's hidden, I can wait till next year to make my appearance.
And then take the hidden off. Perhaps.
Seems like Ken has been doing most of the map pool duties that aren't outsourced to some of our outsider pros and other tournament experts, players who've been participating in the World Cup already. He's got a lot of work to do this weekend, so big props to him for securing all of these replays. How many tiebreakers, as in maps over 5 minutes, are there? Just one, and it is the tiebreaker proper. This is the longest non-tiebreaker map in the pool at 4 minutes 30. So don't have to worry too much about another Twilight Poinsettia 5-minute hard rock pick appearing, as we saw in the previous pool, if that's not your speed. The Nomad pool was very kind of short and speedy as far as previous rounds are concerned. Just the one map, Nomad 5, that was really over 2.5 minutes, Chisana Koi no Uta. Everything else being between 150 and 240 in length.
And there's some of those rapid direction changes that you were talking about earlier, JB8.
Should we map full of tiebreakers?
Real
Yeah, I
stamina
agree with that.
test, that one.
Oh, wait, I got a better one. Just a massive long tiebreaker full of songs that are all tiebreakers, but they're all played at once, each ascending in difficulty.
All back
Just
to back.
training the endurance. It's like you'd start with something easy, like I don't know, what's like a 3-star 5-minute map. You have like Goodbye to a World or something to start with.
About 3 stars. That one I can
Yeah, you start with like Sad Machine and then end with like the Deceit Violation at 1.1 times speed.
Don't go putting ideas in their heads. There's an aspiring tourney host out there somewhere thinking, that's an incredible idea.
I thought about doing that once.
Have you copyrighted
hosting
it
an
already?
endurance tournament, and then I realized we don't have enough endurance maps. And
We maybe do
endurance
now.
maps-
You might be
Yeah, we might.
surprised.
Thing about endurance maps as well is they're also like loosely inconsistent in difficulty. Like you've got a few at 1-star level and then a bunch at like a 6 stars, a couple at 4.
So
To sort of
Hidden
figure
is
out a map.
waved goodbye to for another week. Hard Rock, Double Time, and our tiebreaker to go. Again, we've got 2 specifics and 2 converts, and our first Hard Rock specific,
Naka.
another Bunrei offering. Dasu's
Good
luck.
Nakaka Pag Pabagabag. I don't know if I pronounced that correctly, but that is a reasonable attempt and is the greatest attempt I am going to attempt.
I mean,
That
if
is
you
a-
listen to the
it's
song,
good.
if you listen to the song well enough, it just pronounces it at one point, so you can probably get it from there. So there's
I'm
that.
paying attention. Last week, or the week before, we had Elux counting knees. This time we're counting for pronunciation of whatever the hell this is.
Kaka
Well, JVH, that's all
It's
you
something
on
like
this one.
Naka. It's like Naka. Nakakapag Pavaga gap.
It's
or
something
like
like takes 5 attempts to actually pronounce
Yes.
it.
Oh my god, that is. Oh, I'm changing
Nakaka
my name to that.
Bagabag.
Yeah, pronunciation attempts underway. We're going to get this one started. This one is
Okay.
just over
The
2
commentator who
minutes.
gets it right is gonna get a month of support.
Ooh,
If you do it,
the
if you
gauntlet's
do it during
going down.
like the moment he gets picked and you do it well, then you get a month of support. That's the
The
deal.
gauntlet's been thrown down, boys. Everyone wants to be commentating grand finals now for that 1 month.
Yeah,
But anyway.
everyone, we're gonna have like 8 dudes commentating grand finals at once.
2 minutes and 3 seconds of length. 145 BPM. Obviously, approach rate 10 is fairly irrelevant. What Hard Rock Edition does to approach rate at this point. Circle size of 4.5 gets bumped up to about 6, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe just below 6 when Hard Rock is added. And an HP drain of about 7. This is HP 5, so it'll be 7 with Hard Rock being added. Lots of snappy 1/4 jumps. Even though the BPM is quite low, this is definitely played in a more kind of BPM doubled style. Some edge dashes, and with Hard Rock, obviously, they're bound to crop up. And some 1/8 patterns do appear as well, so they're going to become very strong movements into and out of those patterns that our players are going to have to watch out for.
I think it just did get pronounced, but that's like very difficult to.
Well, we've got a week to practice, boys.
Yeah.
Don't burn yourself out all from the beginning.
It's too late.
That is true. That is true.
I already come in here boned up.
No, yeah, you've been commentating a lot today, so don't stress yourself too hard. You've got a whole Sunday to enjoy tomorrow.
Yeah,
I wouldn't want you to be all fruit court out.
day rather. It's 9 a.m. Sunday for me.
I suppose it is. Yes, you got a long day of joy ahead of you.
It's about 6:30 Saturday.
So 1 down. Our next specific rolling on is Ponkichi Hyakakukai Ko Shitori Kukuri. I have no idea whether I pronounced that one correctly either.
Pretty close. You're actually pretty close with
You
the
think so?
pronunciation on that one.
Well, I'll claim this one. So a mapper that we've seen quite a bit of in this World Cup already. Map pool selector, FD Fluorite, another fantastic offering from her, taking her tournament tally to 4. So this one, as you've probably guessed from seeing any of her previous creations in the Catch 2019 map pool, has lots of BPM changes, some micromanagement between patterns, and a fair whack of anti-flow thrown in for good measure. This one has 160 BPM and 2.5 minutes of length. 7 stars or just shy thereof, so it's the highest star rating difficulty in this year's Grand Finals pool. An approach rate of 10, obviously. HP drain is 2.5, which with Hard Rock goes to about 4, so it's fairly negligible. Players shouldn't be failing this one unless they have a complete nightmare of a run. And a circle size of 4.2, which takes that one to about 5.5 with Hard.
Seeing some really interesting wiggle patterns that Hard Rock is making here on this map. Gonna be pretty amazing to see how some of the players react to some of these patterns.
To make some decent practice maps too.
Yeah, this is a very new map, submitted in March of this year and updated most recently just a couple of months ago. Potentially created for the purpose of appearing in the World Cup. Whether this was its original intended location, we may never know. Some 1/6 streaming bursts, I think, coming in there. Hard Rock is turning them into a little bit of a mess.
Ooh.
Some kind of spacing inconsistencies, and you can see lots of very strong wiggling going on there as well.
No,
Combining the 1/4
Jake-
and the 1/6 together.
Now, JBH, what do you mean by a mess? I love Hard Rock.
Do you really?
Hard Rock is turning,
I do not.
Hard Rock is turning these patterns into fun patterns. What are you talking about?
Yeah. That's it just makes it easier.
And our next map is going to be by Shindig. ZZZ.
This
Mapped
is
by
my
Squirrel
map.
Pascals.
The
Played
sleep
by
map.
AFE.
Yes.
Is this gonna be ASMR?
It might be.
Or is this bamboozle?
I don't know, but I'm gonna go ahead and assume it is. We are coming in at 2 minutes and 4 seconds of train time, 124 BPM, with
24 BPM.
with a star rating of 3.6. But with Hard Rock, obviously that is going to be increasing. We see a circle size of 5.5 with an AR of 8.8. One thing to really watch out for is the memorization patterns as well as the predominant 1-2 jumps. That's really, especially with the circle size, that is really going to catch a lot of players off guard with some of these jumps.
It's all circle size and memory jumps. Oh my god. This map is chaotic. If you pay close attention, you can actually...
I am so bad at this. It's okay, so we're going back to normal. You can actually see the feet of the catcher here. The CS is like the big thing here. Like,
Yeah, this is terrifying.
not as terrifying as my boys, I guess. But yes.
Yeah, 5.5 with Hard Rock takes you to around about 7, if I'm not mistaken. So this is certainly going to be the smallest fruit arrangement that we'll have seen in the pool thus far.
Wickedly high CS, the AR-10 on top of that, the all memory. Oh,
Also, let's just say this is AR-10 with 124 BPM. So when there aren't those little stream patterns
Yeah.
going on, like in this section, you have no idea unless you have a good memory where the next notes are going to come, and you need great reaction to those huge timeline spacings.
And I was hoping to see a Hard Rock pick like this, but
can't
what would
play
it
this
be?
stuff.
What would Grand Finals map pool be without a super high CS map?
So thank you for taking the whispering duties on that one, guys.
Or
As you probably do,
Taylor.
I do not have the good ASMR voice, but Scarlet Rose is our final Hard Rock pick. Maybe not the Scarlet Rose of Legend, the Val map that you are all familiar with. This one by PKK. Difficulty X. 3 minutes and 15 seconds, 160 BPM, 5.36 stars at an approach rate of 10, a circle size of 5.2, and an HP drain of around about 7.5. So, as far as circle size and approach rate go, this is probably the most, like, the most easily recognizable difficulty settings compared to anything else in the pool that we've seen thus far. The CS4 kind of Hard Rock, everything obviously going to AR-10.
And this may not be the infamous map set, but this song sure as hell brings back a lot of time constantly retrying.
I think
Too much time retrying, if I dare say. I spent
At least-
way too much time trying to play the original version of this.
yeah, no, I'm not.
What's
good
your
with
boys'
that.
day out though on Scarlet Rose, by the way?
I'm actually gonna have to redo that, as I have not attempted it since I was like about rank 8,000.
Oh, wow.
I haven't attempted it since, so I can definitely see myself vastly improving.
I can relate to that. I'm just not good with AR-9, so like mess up the start a little bit and then just quit.
It's all about wiggles.
Something I've noticed though, a lot of at least for the past 3 years straight, there has always been a Vocaloid hard rock map. This year it's Scarlet Rose, it's Cosmos. The year before I believe it was Mythologia's End.
I'm not sure if that was last year, but Mythology's End has definitely appeared in a hard rock pool in the last few years.
Last year was Cosmos.
Oh, last year it was Cosmos. In 2017 it was Mythology.
Practiced Cosmos like crazy. I was trying to learn hard rock.
So it might not be immediately apparent to people who aren't initiated with high-level combat play, but this difficulty is very gradually creeping up. We can see the increase in slider velocity, the increased tightness of the dashes, and a lot more anti-flow being thrown in as well.
A lot of the streams into sliders get more and more awkward as well. Mini stairs, as I call them. Miss the tail of it, and you just lose your combo.
And there it is, still picking up in difficulty.
This is full of combo killer.
Yeah, if anyone can build a large combo towards the beginning of this map, they'll be doing themselves a huge favor, because trying to maintain any kind of combo under pressure with this kind of ending is going to be a real challenge.
Oh, I can see a lot of teams cracking under nerves due to this map.
Heading over to our final pool, and it's double time. Yes, Maxim Marka, Croatian Rhapsody, very famous ZH Steven creation. I believe this is now loved, although it's been kind of revived and pushed for rank maybe a couple times. There we go, this map is in a loved state.
Yeah.
3 minutes and 11 seconds is brought down to 2 minutes and 20 with the addition of double time. This one goes up to 288 BPM. An approach rate of 9 goes to 10.3. There's going to be lots of stairs featured frequently throughout this one. Very strong half hyper dashes and regular dashes, as is fairly typical for ZH Stevens' more kind of old school style. And capture control is going to be a very serious, strenuous test as this one proceeds. Part of me is slightly relieved that they didn't go full hog and pick the top Rhapsody diff, which is also AR9 for the double time pool. That would have been quite terrifying, but this one on its own is rather punishing in its own right.
You're making me wonder what could have been.
Yeah, ZH Stevens' map pool description says Rhapsody is super easy, only 4.32 stars. Should be easy to hard rock or double time. Smiley face.
JVH, don't give the map pool selectors any more ideas.
Oh, it's alright. Maybe it'll crop up next year. Maybe in AXS or CTBI. Anyone organising their own tournaments out there?
The thing we're missing now is the Cusino map.
I was definitely surprised not to see a Cousineau map in the hidden pool in particular. I know that Dave is very fond of Cousineau's mapping, and they've featured heavily in previous years, but maybe just couldn't find one he liked this time around.
Ooh, in that that stream at the end is going to take intense catcher control to be able to hit that.
I think everyone is going to be requiring intense catcher control to FC, or even come close to FCing anything in this pool, as Rockmer, Project Grimoire, Brionac, Lu Lumfata. The overdose difficulty is our next double time pick. So Rockmer appearing right at the beginning of the tournament with Breeze, his rain difficulty in the hidden pool, and then again right at the end with one of his other recent maps, Brionac, appearing in the business end, the double time pool for the grand finals.
This by no
Again, they
means-
haven't gone for the top difficulty in this set, the Broken Spear.
Oh, no.
This
That
with
would be-
double time would have been reckless, to say the least. But overdose with double time as it's on its own is rather challenging. 240 beats per minute, 1 minute 24 in length. And this one with approach rate of 9.2, hit with double time takes us up to about 10.4, 10.5 perhaps. I'm not a huge double time player at these kind of approach rates, but I think this is probably the fastest approach rate that we will see in the grand final map pool this year.
A 9.2 approach rate with double time added on. Man, the selectors are really pulling out all the stops.
Well, they've got their extra pool of grand finals to play with, so they can afford to be a little bit crazy, a little bit mean perhaps.
Had to see a 10.5 though.
This one effectively TV size in length, obviously with double time having been added, so that one's going to be short and punchy, but maybe not so sweet. 2 double time picks down, 2 specifics down. Next, our first of our 2 converts is going to be Shukusai no Elementalia, mapped by Salian. The Haki's insane difficulty. I guess you're a fan of this one.
Yeah, I know this one.
This is a big fan of mine as well. I haven't played it with double time too much, but I'm definitely a big fan of this map and this map set in general. Very cool song.
Dylan's knee socks.
And coming in at about 2 minutes 9 seconds strain time with 225 BPM. Got normal star rating is about 4.24. You know what that goes up to, JBH?
With double time added, I do not, since I do not have client open right now, and we don't have that information on the map pool. But I imagine it's pretty tough. 225 BPM with double time added, and it does have a speed up section of about 20 BPM towards the end. I think it goes to 170, so that would be, 245 or thereabouts? 240 perhaps?
About, yeah.
I'd imagine it would be like maybe 6 stars to mid 6 star. It could even be like high 5 star. Like sometimes with a few of the convert double times, they throw you off with the difficulties.
Yeah, this is one that definitely features a lot more kind of strong 1/2 dashing and direction changing than it does kind of snappy streams that cover the whole distance of the playfield.
And here we go, we hear that BPM change just a little bit as we're approaching the end of the map.
Here it comes.
There we go. BPM ups. Lots of half jumps thrown throughout, and obviously these get slightly more difficult as the BPM increases. And that difficulty gets more and more and more intense towards the end. Some of these streams at the end, the buzz sliders do get incredibly difficult to balance, but it's so fast to try and wiggle.
Real potential.
And I must throw in a token note to go and read the novel of this, Serai Suko no Blade Dance. If you haven't done, it's pretty good. The last volume has released and has been translated. I'm a big fan. You should be a big fan too. Go check it out. Shameless plug over. Our final double time pick and our final normal selection from the 2019 Oscatch World Cup Grand Finals is going to be Lunicode from Hatsukiura, K-Kip's Insane. shortest double time selection. Oh no, sorry, just slightly longer than Brionac at 1 minute and 50 seconds. 248 BPM, so again slightly faster than Brionac. Also, this one's going to feature a circle size of 4 and an approach rate exactly the same as the one we've just seen, 8.7, which doubles up to around about 10.1. Lots more streams on offer in this one, some buzz sliders, some anti-flow, and a lot of strong 1/4 dashing that doesn't have hyper dashing to it. So catcher balance is going to be a crucial kind of aspect of play that is tested here. Some 1/4 dashes are obviously regular, some are quite strong, some have that little red outline hyper thrown onto them as well. So it's going to be a real reading test as well to work out what you can kind of safely flow to the next object and where you really need to hold dash to ensure that you make that distance. Can we start tiebreaker predictions? By all means, go ahead if you haven't done so already.
Is it going to be... something
Do
metal?
you already know? Like, have you not got the map pool in front of you? It's a bit kind of cheatsy for us to, or the map pool selectors to be predicting the tiebreaker, right?
It is, but I am not sure if Quijibo does have the spreadsheet in front of him or not.
I don't have the spreadsheet in front
You
of me.
should have said, dude. I've given it to you. But anyway, only one map remains, and it is our tiebreaker.
I'm very
I
tired.
don't think I've seen it. I might have missed it. Plenty of people predicting Image Material, some Razor Sharp maps, Fusioku, Imperial Circus Dead Dissidents,
Material two.
Atmosphere.
Ooh, I see some getting close, and Puffbuck was pretty right on the key.
I don't
Camellia
understand
World
that.
Cup is coming back for type.
So it's
Yeah.
Gigadelic, Camellia's The Terror remix, 10 to the power of 12 long version. Minato Yukina retaining his position as seemingly the mapper exclusive rights to the Grand Finals tiebreaker. I think outside of 2017, he's been the kind of creator of every single specific that has taken the place of a Catch World Cup Grand Finals tiebreaker. We had
Black or
Image
White.
Material, we had Monacan, we had Yomi Yori from Last Bubble in 2017, and we had Black or White last year.
Yeah.
So he does seem to have locked out that spot. This one's going to be 5 minutes and 30 seconds in length, fitting for tiebreaker material, obviously. BPM of 183, but that's going to be a little bit deceiving because there's quite a lot of ternary rhythm involved in this one, so that's 1/3 and 1/6. So effectively add double time to some of these kind of 1/3 and 1/6 sections, and you'll be playing at close to 250 BPM. Star rating of 8.73, circle size of 4, nothing that players won't have seen before. An approach rate of 9.8 and an HP drain of 6.
Seeing a lot more of the anti-flow patterns here. As JBH said earlier, the more anti-flow, the better the map.
I don't believe I ever said that.
Well, you did say that there is no such thing as too much anti-flow, so...
Those are different things. You are misquoting me, friend.
I may have paraphrased and added in my own word or two in there.
And this is between you.
And by my own word, I mean better map.
Here is some of that ternary 1/3 rhythm creeping in that I was mentioning earlier. Even the calm sections have ample amounts of direction changes and wiggling going on, so there's definitely no real period for rest. As we approach the halfway point, you can see we're obviously rapidly building back up to more intense sections. Very few regular droplets to be put down on this one. If you're missing on a slider, you are likely going to be breaking combo. Some more super high slider velocity, hyper slider sections that have been very common so far on this world. We've seen them quite prevalently in Sinnoh's maps and also in one of the tiebreakers from Yumeno Himiko, the round of 16 tiebreaker. So it seems extended sliders and super high slider velocity are definitely on the menu for our selectors. They seem to be huge fans of that this year.
Oh yeah, and if a map of this caliber does not get you excited to see a tiebreaker be played, I don't know what else will.
Yeah, believe it or not, this is the calm section before building up to the final Ki, as is very common in a lot of CLSW or Minato Yukine's creations. You know that the ending is going to be very difficult. It's going to be a ramped up version of everything that's come before. When you least expect it, difficulty is just going to skyrocket, and I'm sure this one is no exception.
And really good accuracy on this replay by Touch Me here, a 99 point.
He cursed it. That's how well he was doing. You can curse into the past. How can I
curse the replay?
That's too late. It's cursed.
That means that your cursinating skill has ascended to the next level.
Psychedelic cursenator.
I can cursinate time itself.
Yep.
Yeah.
You have ascended.
I don't know what to do with this power.
And here is that ending. See how quickly some of those slider velocity direction changes happen. And if you miss any of those hypers, that 1/12 section is going to be a huge amount of combo dropped and potentially even a fail, which we absolutely do not want to see deciding any tiebreakers. But now that I've mentioned that, it's probably gonna. So I'm sorry in advance to whoever is the victim of the end of that map in the inevitable kind of suffering that will ensue.
I'm cursenating the past, and JBH is cursenating the future.
I am.
A whole team failing the end of that.
So there you go, the grand final, absolute last map pool in this year's the 2019 Oscatch World Cup. Only 3 teams remain. We've seen some incredible battles today. It was Chile that eventually came out on top in the losers bracket. They will be competing against China in next week's losers grand final, who were themselves kind of unfortunately shot down by former 3-time champions Korea in the winners bracket final. So the remaining 3 teams, China, Chile, and Korea between them, have actually won every single Catch World Cup to date, from 2012 all the way through to last year's edition. And it looks like that one of these 3 teams will obviously be repeating that feat, that statistic for 2019. Will it be South Korea? Will it be China? Will it be Chile? South Korea have 3 wins, China 2, Chile the 1.
And you gotta remember, Chile versus China. That's 2018 losers grand finals rematch right there.
Possibly could become 4-time World Cup champions. That in itself is just crazy.
Yeah, either way, whoever takes the crown next weekend, history will be made. We'll top off another fantastic Oscatch World Cup. There's still a little bit of time to get your banners if you so wish to say, I supported the winning team all along. There's only 3 to pick from now, so you have a 33% chance of keeping that banner for a little bit beyond the end of the tournament if your team is victorious. But whoever wins, huge thank you to the teams that have been eliminated today for making an excellent World Cup. The US, Mexico, and France in getting to the final 6. 3 remain, only 1 can win, but all of our remaining teams are assured of a podium and some of the prize pool. But I think that's just about going to do it for us. Any final words from you boys, Quijibo or Elux, heading into next week?
Oh, well, we've seen what happened with Mexico today, so anything can happen.
Literally very heartbreaking
anything
that they couldn't
can
make their first winners podium. But they'll be back stronger next year. They've put on a great performance for us, and I think they can be very proud of their performance. Lots of fans cheering them on that can be very happy with how they perform.
Definitely, and if we've seen how well Mexico performed today, don't count Chile out. They might turn around and end up surprising everyone like Mexico did and end up beating China.
Yeah, maybe. Can happen.
If we're lucky, anything will happen. But for now, I think we're all going to have to bid you adieu. Thank you very much to our fellow commentators. Thank you very much to our streamers, all the stats team. You've done a wonderful job giving us all this fabulous information. Thank you to the players for giving us outstanding Oscatch to watch. And to everyone in the Twitch chat. If you subscribed, if you donated, if you followed, or even if you just hung around and cheered on your favorite team, you've made it a blast, and we'll be back with just a little bit more, the conclusion, the thrilling conclusion to the Oscatch World Cup's 2019 edition next week. Thank you all so much for watching. We will see you next time.
Next week.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, all you fellow fruit-catching fans. It is I, JB Hyperion, joined by the wonderful Chicken Bible, and this is the Oscatch World Cup. Finals week 2, the third place match brought to you. How are you doing today?
I am doing great, dude. I am super excited for these matches. You know, we get to see first match of the day. We have China versus Chile. On the side of China, we got Dusk, Kanemi Rain 02, Sakurana Karimu, Crystal, Nagi, Kalyanet. You know, these same 6 people have been fighting for years together. Last year, they replaced Kalyanet for, I believe it was Kasumi. This year, Kalyanet is back. On the side of Chile, you got Lion QDXZ, Elden L, Nico, Nacho L, Mauricio, otherwise known as Quit User, and Legiguin.
Yeah, fantastic matchup, as you said, one that we're very much looking forward to. This is the losers bracket final, so both of these teams have been defeated once and once only in the knockout stages thus far. China were the victims of South Korea in last week's winners bracket final. Chile. We've got to go back a little bit to find Chile's defeat. Chile's defeat was to China in the semi-finals.
Yes, this is a rematch.
2 weeks ago, so this is a rematch from their semi-final encounter. You are correct. China came out 7-2 victorious on that occasion, but they were victorious in the finals 7-1 against your boys, the US, and then 7-5 in that thriller against Mexico, the last match on stream last week.
Oh yeah, that Mexico match was absolutely astounding. But we have to say, this isn't the first time these two teams have met in a third place match. Bringing it back to last year, we had both these teams fight off against it for the third place match again, and you know who the victor was? China, because they won the whole thing last year against the USA in the finals. So this year, maybe Chile's hoping they can bring it back, do something, change it up a little bit, because I believe they've only lost to China. I don't think they've ever beaten China. I might be wrong on that, but I don't know. It might have been a long time ago when Chile got that first place, back in 2014, I think it was. Some long time ago.
Chile would have lost their first match against USA in the winners bracket final last year, but most years they seem to be eliminated by China. I think you're correct on that.
Yeah.
I'm going to look back at 2018's World Cup.
It must have been a long time ago. Because back in 2017, 2016, Chile didn't really have the greatest of competitive tournament rosters. They always had great players, but none of them really could show up to tournaments. Then they got Elden L and kind of brought back a life in the team, it seems. Anyways, it seems like we're going to be getting right onto warm-ups pretty soon here.
Good, because I can't wait much longer for these.
Oh yeah.
I'm so excited, as you said.
Got to bring in the Camellia World Cup with this one, you see.
Do we have any Camellia maps in this pool? Obviously last round was very Camellia-esque.
Gonna be starting one off with the Camellia warm-up though, with Koi Sky. That's a nice combination right there. Difficulty Song is nice though.
Song is nice though.
True.
So in last year's tournament, China were the victors, 7-2 in that losers bracket final. This year, 96% of people are touting China for another victory to make it back to the grand final tomorrow. Would you agree with them?
96% is a lot. So while I do give the big upper hand to China here, 96%, I'd say that's a little high. I'd say maybe 85% chance for China to take it. That's what I think personally.
I think some people, myself included to a certain extent, that Chile was slightly fortunate in their drawing to make it through to the winners bracket final in last year's tournament. Like, they performed well, but they didn't have the toughest of challenges until those final 2 matchups. This year, I think, as a team, they look much more well-rounded, and they have been tested substantially as the tournament's gone on, so maybe they are better prepared for the World Cup this year. China look just as dangerous and strong as they do every year, as you said. It's the same, well, 6 of the 7 same players that have participated in every Chinese Catch World Cup tournament since like 2016, I think.
It's been a long time these same people have been playing. Honestly, I think it might
Yeah, whilst China still probably have the upper hand, I think the gap has considerably closed this year, so hopefully we'll see a closer encounter, higher stakes.
something to look at for the side of China is last week they really didn't have that strong of a performance versus Korea. You know, some people could say, oh, it's Korea, no wonder they're gonna lose by quite a bit, but even in their match, they looked pretty weak, I'd say, compared to what most people would expect from China. As you could see, if any of you follow Twitter in CTB, Nagi himself was expressing frustrations with how he played in the match versus Korea, saying it was one of the worst tournament matches he ever played. So hopefully he can bring himself back up and, you know, play good this time.
Yeah,
At least
he's
up to
had
his
a week to
standards.
recover from that, but of course, so was everyone else. New map pool, new challenges. Talking a bit more about the South Korea versus China match last week, as you mentioned. I think South Korea took 2 break points right at the beginning to go 3-0 up, and it seemed like China just didn't know what they wanted to pick, and they got
Kinda
kind
like
of
rolled
flustered
over.
right from the beginning. Yeah,
Yeah.
they did make a comeback with those 2 game wins in pick 4 when they eventually went to double time with Sunset March, and then again on Squall, which was the South Korean pick. They did win a break point, but South Korea pretty comprehensively outplayed them in most areas. Even the games that China won wasn't by a convincing margin, I would say.
Yeah, it was kind of like very close even on those match points, or those break points. Dude, this song is a nice song.
But you got another 2 minutes
Oh,
of it.
God.
It's about halfway through.
That is long. Oh, what the? Those are pretty
That
far.
was pretty insane SV, yeah.
Reminds me of the Sinnoh map. Just a little bit.
Which one? There's been quite a few of them.
Oh god, there's been too many.
Ooh. Mappa drama.
Hey, they're good. They do their job. I like them for the most part.
What do you
I
think
especially
of
like
this,
Chroma Eye.
Grand Finals pool, by the way? It's the first time we've had a new pool specifically for the final
It
2
is.
matches.
You know, I think this Grand Finals pool is actually similar level to last year's final, which I kind of was expecting it to be a bit harder, personally. It seems like they went to the route of making finals a bit easier, and then this Grand Finals, the level of finals from last year, which, you know, that's an okay route. I thought it would have been harder, but it works out. The Nomad pool seems a bit imbalanced, but I think it works out too, in the fact that you have the specifics that are relatively easy, the first 2, and then you have the CLSW map, I can't think of the name, Code Crimson. Yeah, that one's just like way out there, it's super hard compared to most of the other maps. And then the 2 Converse, I'd be willing to bet there's not going to be a single FC throughout all these 3 matches, if we have 3.
19 months of supporter again. this
Oh
week.
god, I already lost that bet last week. Mauricio assessed the map last week, and I paid him out the 1 month supporter.
What a hero. So that is warm-up numero uno concluded. We didn't see too much of the chat before the lobby started, so I'm not sure exactly whose selection this was.
I feel like that was China's for some reason. I don't know. It feels like something that Dusk would like to play. Oh yeah, that was definitely China's.
This is a quit user map. Or it's a razor sharp difficulty, but a quit user set.
This is also in the pool too.
This is in the map pool, right?
Yeah,
or not
but
this
not this
particular
difficulty,
difficulty, but
yeah, the quartz difficulty is the one that's in the map pool.
yeah, the XX. Because 1X wasn't enough.
Dude, that map is so hard. Oh god. I tried playing it a little bit this morning so I could, like, you know, get a feel of the map pool, see what these guys are gonna be playing. Oh god. I kept missing. It's not a good time. So many jumps.
me see if I can find this particular set whilst we wait for them to load in. Find out a bit more information about it. I'm sure it's probably floating around in the graveyard somewhere. Not sure
It's
how
gotta
big
be
it is.
somewhere.
Circle size of 4.2, HP drain of 7, approach rate of 9.7, 7.55 stars in difficulty.
That seems about typical for this, type of song. Very fast BPM if I remember correctly.
220.
Yeah, it's pretty fast.
Feeling when Circle People has more viewers than CWC. Share the hype, spread the love, get more people watching. It's only the grand finals, guys.
I believe it's the Caver event that's going on right now over there, right? Yeah. I know a lot of my boys out there. Shout out to Sartin, fellow commentator.
Yeah, we saw him streaming from the event a couple days ago. He looked like he was having a great time. I think
yeah.
Yaz is there as well.
One of the referees
referee.
this year. Yeah. I actually had a video call with Sartin and some of the other people there kind of passed me around the Burger King that they were eating at.
It's like, hi, hello, next
So
person.
many good catch players in just one spot. There were so many top players. Anyways, getting right into the second one up here. Not all playing with Hard Rock.
I mean, it's already 7.5 stars. What's a little bit extra difficulty?
Yeah, don't worry about it.
We haven't done a little survey of the Twitch chat yet. How is everyone doing so far today? Hope you're having a great day. Very excited for this most epic of encounters. Get your predictions for roles first out in the chat. We'd love to see who you guys think is going to win, and obviously from there, who is going to take the match and the remaining grand final spot against South Korea. Who are you cheering for? If there's any new people who we've never witnessed a World Cup or even catch before, welcome to the stream. Do feel free to ask any questions. Sorry, Chicken Bubble.
It's okay. I want Chile to win. I want China to not get top 2 because they've always gotten top 2, it seems. That'd be a spicy outcome. Chile and Korea in the grand finals. I believe that would be a new grand finals, wouldn't it?
Chile have only been in one grand finals, which is one they won in 2013. I'll have a look and find
That
out
actually might have been versus Korea.
who their opposition were that year. If you give me just a second. Too many stats to pour through, it's all very interesting. They played against Taiwan in the grand final.
I didn't expect that one.
Taiwan eliminated South Korea in the quarterfinals. It was a single elimination tournament back then.
Ah, yeah. I think this is a new podium for us too. I don't think we've ever had a Chile, China, Korea podium.
I still think 2014 was the oddest podium by, like, at least current catch standards. South Korea, Germany, Sweden.
Oh yeah.
That's a bit of a
That
throwback.
Sweden run that year, that was actually the time that I started playing CTB. Oh my god, I watched that Sweden run. I remember
That
one
was
map
my
that
first World Cup as a viewer.
Yukiteru Amano was popping off on that match, and then he failed a map, I remember. And it was so sad because it was right at the end. Sorry, Yukiteru, I have to call you out a little bit there. predictions for the rolls in it. 52-23, 44-89. Get to see Dusk casually assessing the map. Just Dusk things. Don't worry about it. Oh.
I think
Those
that's
are
a
a lot
fail
of fails.
from Crystal, which has lost us our music.
Oh, there was quite a few fails. Not just Crystal. But Dusk still assessing. Whole time. Finishes off with an SS.
He's alright at the game, really.
Just expect that from every single map, pretty much, I'd say.
Apart from those converts, which nobody's going to FC.
He might be able to get to 100% on the maps, but not really doing so hot on the rolls, getting a 3.
Dusk has had some good rolls over the tournaments, but this is not one of his best. There's still a 1 in 50 chance that Chile roll a 1 or a 2, but that's a 92. Just a little bit more than 3. There's some more hot maths, some quick maths with me, JBH. Remember that F-fan clip from last year?
Quick maths.
Still makes me chuckle today. 92 is definitely more than 3, so Chile will decide to pick first. And yes, go back to your previous statement, we have to go back to 2014 when China were last not on the podium.
Yeah.
They were
So
second
long
in
ago.
15, winners in 16, second in 17, and then winners again last year.
So that means they're getting second this year, based on the trend.
It's an odd
Unless
year,
Chile
so
wins.
South Korea win, China comes second, yeah.
Yeah, true.
China being asked to ban first. They're going to be taking Emil Autumn's I Know Where You Sleep off the table. Not really a surprise. Chile a very strong hidden
Oh, yeah.
team, and that is definitely an interesting pick. I was surprised to see that in the hidden pool
Yeah,
in particular.
me too,
Well,
honestly.
knowing the kind of evil nature of the map selectors, I don't want to say I was surprised, but
It's still surprising. I figured that most people would ban that map coming in. I've talked to some of the players on all 3 teams, and they don't really feel that confident on the map itself. I know one person on one of the 3 teams. I'm not gonna say who because of integrity and stuff, but they had 102 misses on their first try. So yeah, it's not a good sign.
Chile going to be taking a fairly obvious ban of their own, taking Croatian Rhapsody, the double time pick off the table. China have pretty much first, second, and even third pick double time in almost every match they've played so far this tournament, so that seems like a fairly sensible ban from them.
And Chile coming in with the first pick, Aurora too. Oh, I love this song. Susumu Hirasawa, Kirby Mix. The good
Kevin
stuff.
Mix is a standard staple of the Catch World Cup, especially in the later
yeah.
stages of the tournament.
I wonder, is Dusk going to play this? Because Dusk has been getting better at low AR hidden, but I don't think he's gotten to the point where he can play AR7 hidden yet. That's
He has
the big
dropped
thing.
immediately out of the lobby, so I think
Oh,
that
yeah.
answers the question.
Because he's
Whilst
gotten
we-
really good.
Whilst we wait for China to bring in 2 new players, GD Lenny and F-Fan, thank you very much for 12 and 14 months of subscription to us live. Great to have you back. Happy to have you supporting the stream.
If China is wanting to see a strong performance out of Nagi, I think this is the best map that Nagi can start off with. This is actually one of his favorite songs to play. I know he's been talking about it in several places. He loves this song. So maybe he'll come out strong and have a big confidence boost. Where is Lechiguin is what I'm wondering. Isn't Lechiguin the low AR hidden player for Chile?
Rissiel saying hashtag blame Lechiguin in the chat,
Oh,
so
boy.
maybe he's unavailable for some reason.
Oh no.
That would be a bit of a problematic encounter if that was the case. But this is Chile's first pick, so they must still feel very comfortable on this one,
Yeah.
even without him.
It's a very strong first pick versus China. Dusk being weaker on lower AR hidden. Crystal, while being relatively decent at it, he's not always gonna do very good. Nagi being one of the best lower yard hidden players in the game, I'd say. But on the side of Chile, you got Lion QJC and Elton, who are both old school hidden players who've been playing the game for so long. They
Yeah,
probably
definitely
played this map
players
several
that
times too.
grew up playing this, not just this map, but obviously this kind of
Yeah.
style of convert, the very much slower, smaller circle size type of pick.
You know, I'm just realizing now that all 6 players that are playing right now, they've been playing this game for so long. It's kind of surprising. I think each of them have been playing for like 4 or 5 years at least. See early misses from Mauricio and Nagi. As well as the one right at the beginning from Elton now.
Yeah, could be another drop from Mauricio and Line dropping as well there. China would be with a triple FC if not for that very early miss from Nagi. We've seen throughout the tournament that early misses don't have as much impact as misses in the middle, but this is not a map where many people are going to be holding large combos for any significant period of time. This could be completely swayed by just one person going on a tear and getting a good combo. Dusk sees a couple of drops there, but Line and Arisial counter it. Nagi drops as well. It's Eldnil versus Crystal. China have built up a decent lead at the moment though. About
It's about a 100k point lead.
100,000 points, yeah.
Yeah. Real question is, can Crystal and Elna both hit this upcoming part? I believe it starts to get a little bit harder in the upcoming parts. Yep, because the Kia is coming in right about now. It's really important that you hold a combo in these intro parts to defeat Arisial missing again.
Elthnul back over 98% accuracy as Nagi trades a miss as well. Coming up to the halfway mark now. Still Crystal versus Eldnil.
Still
They
such
can
a
see
huge
each other's
lead.
scores in these breaks.
Yeah, they see the
China
lead
know
right
they
now.
have the advantage.
This part is very, very tricky. As you see Crystal and Nagi missing, but it's
Eldnil
followed up by
follows
Elton.
immediately after though.
Line is the only one
Line's-
with an FC. Or
Yeah,
with the
Line
combo.
has that 200 combo though. Even
that's
though
gonna
he
bring the
doesn't have the
score
FC, he can still bring the score difference back.
That part is super hard to hit. Scores are probably going to even out a little bit over here. It's going to
Down
be
to
really
50k
close.
at the moment, and it's
Yeah.
going to continue increasing, or decreasing the gap. Sorry, nobody has a combo aside from Lion. He knows he has to keep this combo now to keep shrinking that score gap.
Dusk
Just
misses
with another
again.
drop.
Score's about to flip. Maybe pretty soon, I'd say. But Line misses. Oh,
Crucial drop. Lion held onto it for as long as he could, and he's wiped out most of that score deficit. But it's still about 40,000 points with 1/3 of the map to go.
combos are near equal too. We're going to have one more Ki coming up, which is going to be a bit of the harder part.
Eldnil, the only player still holding an S rank with that 98% accuracy right now.
All of Chile just broke.
Yeah,
Just up.
Crystal and Nagi holding on to those combos still. China's advantage is going to skyrocket back up again now.
Oh, they hit those staircases too. But then they missed the second one.
Definitely the easier one of the two.
Yeah.
But at this point, China have built out a commanding lead.
If China finds one more miss, it might be possible. I don't think it's gonna happen. This ending is relatively easy.
Crystal does see the miss, but I think it's too late. It's going to be a fairly convincing opening breakpoint for China in this third place match, assuming nobody fails the ending.
Oh yeah.
Elthnul does see a drop right at the end there, but it's not enough to tip the scales. China, with the advantage, taking that first point. 1-0, and it's a break point.
Dude, that's gotta be a bit brutal for Chile. As you see, Aristiel coming in with a lower score by about 100,000 points. You gotta think, was he practiced to play that, or was Lechigwin going to be that person to play that? I don't know. You got to think, if Lechigwin was there, would that map have gone differently?
Well, if Lechigwin was there, they would probably my question is not what would have happened if Lechigwin was there, but why was that still their first pick if they knew Lechigwin wasn't going to be there?
Because I think Eldenel and Lion QDXC can go even with Nagi and Dusk, where Aricio kind of gets beat out by Crystal on those hidden picks. Anyways, going into the next pick from China. First pick from China, we have Lunicode, Hatsugura, Convert, DT4.
Imagine China first picking double time. What a universe we live in.
This is the biggest shock I've ever seen. Would have never expected this in any world.
Yeah, Aricio saying he was not supposed to play that map, explaining his struggles.
Makes sense. It's kind of like, oh, I guess you're playing this. Get out there, bud. Do your best.
This is an interesting difficulty that we've been given on the client.
Oh, yeah. You're right about
Not
that.
quite the correct map. Well, let's look and get that fixed as soon as possible. Please bear with.
Time to play Taiko in CTP, and Wolf says. Alright, we're Taiko World Cup now. Where's my boy Incandescence?
Where's R18? He's not even playing in this match.
Ah, true.
He's got to wait till
He'll be
tomorrow.
in the next one, though.
He wouldn't mind this journey to Taiko World Cup, I think. Obviously,
Yeah, true.
being a third place participant in the South Korean roster for this year's Taiko World Cup.
I believe Rockma also plays Taiko a little bit too. I think he's like rank 1000, I think. I don't know, but he's pretty up there, if I remember correctly. Dude, I kind of want to see like what would happen if you took World Cup rosters from one mode and put them on another mode. That'd be
The whole
interesting.
the whole Oscatch roster, if you just put them into like playing.
Yeah,
main.
like another mode. That'd be so cool, honestly. Like, I think China would probably be one of the best standard teams, obviously, because they have Crystal. But USA last year probably would have been really good too.
You had Electro, didn't you?
Yeah, we had Electro and Playboy. Playboy used to be one of the top
yeah, of
USA
course.
players in standard.
Two excellent all mode players.
Yeah.
Is Electro like number one in all mode PP?
Yes, he is, I think.
I think he still is. Like all these people that are like trying to get good in one mode, and then there's like, oh dude, I'm good in 4 modes. Get on my level.
Dude, we should set up a tournament for that. Alright, I'm gonna call Starton after this. Say, hey Starton, make a CTB tournament, but everyone plays Mania instead, or something like that.
Or make a CTB tournament, but invite everyone from the Taiko World Cup rosters.
Exactly, that'd be so cool. Anyways, getting on to the next map here. See Kaliana and Erasio opting with Hidden on their double time. Probably the most expected 3-man rosters for both these teams on double time. Nacho Eldenel, and Erasio on the side of Chile, Kalianet, Crystal, and Dusk inside China. See the first miss coming in from Kalianet, followed up by Eldenel and Nacho Elda right on these streamy sections. This is going to be a nice time for China to get points.
Several drops there. Elden will see some more as well. Riziel drops as well. Dusk down. Crystal, the only 4 combo left. Kalianet's back up at 200 combo.
It's
Crystal
gone.
drops, but Kalianet is perfectly placed to continue that advantage with the 200 combo.
Every single member of China outscoring their components of Chile. This map is relatively short, only coming in at 150, so these combos are very important as we see Erasio and Nacho L finding more misses. think it's about to
Elf
seal the
breaking
deal.
right as he got 200 combo as well, so no combos remaining on the side of Chile. Kalyanet drops, but Crystal and Dusk now hitting 300. China have eked out a massive advantage here, even with that drop from Crystal and Kalyanet. Arisial goes down again, another triple miss from Chile. Kalyanet down, Dusk still holding up, nearly 500 now.
He's hitting everything and everyone else is missing.
Yeah, the rest of the
one miss.
match is falling apart around him, but Dusk stands strong, just 2 misses. As expected almost from him at this
Yeah.
point in time, and it's scary that that's normal for this player.
You know, last year when USA versus China, it was in the grand finals. It was like Dusk. We're expecting him to FC every map. You know, that's that kind of team that China is. Once they lose, they're going to keep going, and they're gonna get even better and better with how far the match goes on. So impressive play from Dusk, nonetheless. Great
You
plays
can
from
see
Crystal and
the
Kalyanet.
appreciation coming out from even the Chilean
yeah.
players. They're surprised with that one. Great performance from him.
Every member of China getting a higher score than the Chilean members, respectively.
As to be expected from a team that's picked double time basically dry in every single match they've played.
Oh yeah, but then again, Chile is a strong double time team too.
This
That's
is
the
the
thing.
problem that Chilean roster have, is that their strengths are also China's strengths.
Yeah,
And
except China's
neither-
like slightly better.
Yeah, just a little bit. Anything that Chile's like, we're good at this, let's pick this. They know for a fact that China is also going to be really good at it. And if, in most cases, as you said, maybe just a tiny bit better. There's definitely not as much of a skill gap between these two teams as there have been in previous years. But at the end of the day, even if you win by 1 point, that's still a game victory for you. And if you win by 1 point 7 times, that's a 7-0 scoreline. Like 7-0 doesn't reflect that close match, but at the end of the day, if you win, you win.
You know, I wonder what Chile is gonna go for with this next pick too. They lost on their hidden pick. The last 2 hidden picks aren't low AR picks. Both the 2 low AR hidden maps are banned out, or banned or picked out. Maybe they go for Hard Rock?
Maybe they picked Hidden first as a kind of testing the waters, like can we still kind of do well on Hidden even without Lechuguin?
Maybe.
And maybe now they've decided Hidden's not such a good idea for us, so we'll have to look towards No Mod or Hard Rock. They have to imagine China are going to pick the remaining DT stuff for them, so there's no point in going to
that's
that pool.
definitely gonna happen.
The good thing for Chile is if they lose here and China picks double, they'll be able to ban one of the 2 double times.
Actually going back to hidden, kind of surprising me.
The convert as well, Zenryoku Happy Life.
Mapped by Haley. You know, I feel like Haley is becoming the new Hollowings for CTV. Would you
Back in
agree
a
with
very
me on that?
unconventional style. Lots of high slider velocities and kind of awkward, weird kick slider spacings.
Yeah, it's just when you see like some map that's like, what is this? You just think, oh, it's a Haley map. In CTB, it's kind of similar to how you thought of Hollowing's map when you think a few years ago.
We could do another one of those. Is this a Hollow Wings or a Lost Catch
Oh
map?
god.
It's like, just kidding. They were all Hollow Wings maps.
Not like this. AR equals note speed, right? Yes, AR is the approach rate. How fast notes fall down the screen. It goes up to 10 unless you put on double time, then it can go up to 11.
This one rocking in at 8.7, so might seem kind of on the higher end, but this is slightly below what most people feel more comfortable playing hidden-wise. Like, at this level of play, I think 9 is considered like the normal. Anything lower than that is low AR hidden in inverted kind of commas. It's definitely nowhere near as slow as the Aurora 2 map that we've seen previously.
That thing is slow. I think AR 8.7 is just in the kind of sweet spot where it's like, it's not too low that you have to change up your playstyle when you're playing AR 9 hidden. So it's like, kind of doing good on it for the most part. Elena pointing out Nagi where. That is a very good point. There he is.
Right on cue.
my cursitating is on a different level because I'm cursitating the players to join the lobby, you know.
Go on, do it. I dare you.
Alright, we're gonna have Lechuguin popping. No.
He's gonna join like 1 second before they ready up.
Dude, that'd be so
You're waiting for me.
surprised.
So it's Hidden Endurance pick time for game 3. China currently with a 2-0 lead. Chile deciding that even without Lechuguin, they're going to stick with Hidden. Arisial sitting this one out. They're going to try Nacho L instead. Just looking to get a point on the board, settle the nerves.
Nagi coming in with the first miss. Very uncharacteristic, to be honest. Maybe he's having another off day.
Throughout the tournament, we have seen people miss early and then kind of come back
Yeah.
to FC the rest of the map. Sometimes it's like a slow internet, kind of you lag a little bit loading from the client into the match. Sometimes it's just that kind of, you put too much pressure on yourself. Like, I'm not at this level of play, but I know for a fact that if I've already missed and I'm not expecting to full combo or set a particularly good score, I feel so much less pressured to
Oh yeah.
kind of
That
hit
definitely
more difficult patterns later on, and then it's like, I can't hit this when I'm on an FC run, what's going on?
Yeah, it's like that one time you get a random miss and you're like, ah, screw it, I'll keep on going and playing, and then you end up FCing the rest of the map, and you're just like, why? I had one
Another
of those
miss from
moments.
Crystal there though, so only Dusk with the FC remaining on the side of China. Chile with the triple FC. Only 1/4 of the way through the map, so there's still plenty of time for China to come back into this one. But Chile
It's a long
eking out
point.
a healthy advantage.
Almost everybody missing actually. So all the combos are reset. Chile has a nice little advantage of about 45,000 points. Combos are even.
Yeah, we saw Line and Crystal holding on a little bit longer than everyone else,
Yep.
but eventually they too fell. So, as you said, Chile with about the 40,000 point lead right now, and since everyone's below 200 combo and roughly the same point, that lead isn't going to be shrinking or growing until we see another miss. And there is another miss. Nagi again dropping.
Right at
Maybe
200
he is
combos.
struggling a little bit. Yeah, that is the worst place to miss. Just when you start getting at maximum score per fruit.
But Elden and
Double miss
Line
from
missed a
Chile,
double
though.
miss. That's probably going to even it out a little bit. Maybe a little bit still in Chile's favor, I'd say. But it's going to
They
bring
have
it
the
really close.
40,000 point advantage, and since this is quite long, Crystal gonna drop as well. Eldenal dropping as well though. Double miss, Nacho and a Dusk down. It's just Nagi with the 200 combo now, and he
Yeah,
drops
so-
along with Crystal. Line QTXZ now leading the way as Eldenal sees another drop with
Line
1/3
hit
of the
all
map
those.
to go.
Oh. As soon as I was about to say he hit all those jumps, he misses on the easier ones.
A triple miss from Chile, but Nagi the only player on China with a decent combo, so they're not going to be bringing that back as fast as they maybe would do.
Oh yeah, everybody. You can't even keep up with this anymore. Oh,
Yeah,
how are
they're
you
dropping
supposed to
like
hit that?
flies.
You're not supposed to hit that pattern. I saw that. That's dirty. But China-
just squeezed into the lead.
Yeah.
now.
They also have a higher combo.
The sole reason that China are taking the lead now is not because they've only had any big combos, but Chile have just spent so long at like that 20 to 50 combo mark where you're
Yeah.
earning so much less per fruit than you would do otherwise. Combo being like logarithmically scaling in Score V2.
This last Ki is going to decide it all pretty much. Crystal, Nagi, Lion, and everybody except for Dusk. Dusk is holding on with the only 200 combo left. This is going to be huge for the team of China. They're going to build up massive points right here.
They've got about 30,000 points as it is, and that's going to increase with Line missing, Eldenal missing as well. Nacho the only combo, but everyone on China outpaces his combo. China are running away with this one in the closing moments.
Power of Dusk. finds a break, but Crystal is back up to 200 combo. Never mind, he's gone. But I think this score combo is too much to come back from at this point. With only just about maybe 30 seconds left in the map, give or take.
Might be even less than that, I think.
Yeah, it's
Just one
coming
long
to an end.
spinner to close it.
That's going to be point number 3 for China. Getting another break point on another hidden map.
Very evenly matched between the two teams, and Chile did have the advantage for a significant portion of that, but they just struggled in like that last third to kind of build any kind of significant combo. China were missing regularly too, but were just carrying on a little bit longer, getting a little bit more out of their combos than Chile did. So second break point, 3-0 to China, and Chile can ban a second map using their comeback.
Yep.
You've got to imagine it's going to be one of the two double time picks,
It
either
has to.
Brianak or Shukusai at this point.
I think you ban Shukusai and hope for a fail or something on Brianak, I think that might be the play. I think China's going to always beat you on those consistency long picks, you know, that Shukusai is.
Yeah, both teams obviously great double time teams. China slightly taking the advantage on that one, and they have picked double time a lot in their matches. They have favored convert double time, at least initially, over specifics. The flowing kind of nature of specific patterns does lend itself a little bit more comfortably to people who aren't as experienced in double time, whereas like the snappy combat patterns require precision, catcher control, just being able to dash and then stop instantly to avoid missing huge swaths of notes. So maybe that's what they'll go for.
The only thing it is, though, is that Brianak is a really hard pick for double time, even for the Chilean players. I don't know if they'll feel confident enough that they can even pass the map or beat China on it. Maybe Shukusai, they feel they could maybe do it. I don't know. Brianak is Air 9.2 with double time, which is quite a bit high, especially in a tournament setting. Yep, we see Chile banning Brianak actually instead of Shukusai. Now we're gonna see Dust gonna go right back to double time, I assume. Unless he wants to throw a wrench in there and pick a hard rock.
Some of the denser, faster hard rock picks we saw, like Assailant in the Night, was it?
That was hard rock. Yep.
Yeah, in the previous pool. Like that felt almost like a double time pick based on the BPM.
Yeah.
So,
A little bit.
but it will be Shukusai no Elementalia, their first selection. The last remaining double time pool. Once again, just wiping double times, just clean out from the map pool. Wanting to get as many points in that pool as they can.
Oh, you know Korea's watching this and is like, double time. Okay.
Well,
Gotta be
I
ready
think
for that.
It's been fairly obvious throughout the entire tournament that
Yeah.
double time has been China's go-to. I don't think this should be a surprise to South Korea. It does give you a little bit of indication if China do advance to the grand final of how good they are on each individual double time pick and which one, if
Yeah.
any, they're gonna prioritize as their ban.
That's really the big advantage of being in that winner's bracket in the last match, in the winner's final. Not just the bracket reset that you have 2 chances, you know, but you also get to see in the match before what these teams are strong and weak on. Yeah, the song is actually so good. I love this song. Brings back so many memories. Mapper is still in, obviously a guess difficulty though. Very old standard mapper. See the 2 lineups for these teams. China, Calumet, Dusk, Crystal. Chile, Ericiel, Elden, L, and Nico. Back to the 3 standard players from each team that we would usually see for double time.
Lots of love for Shukusai in the chat, it seems. If anyone wants to map this, I'm not sure if Minato Yukina's set
I think
is
he
still
did.
alive, but you can have a free bad old rain difficulty from me if you want.
I'm gonna poke him with it. I'm gonna be like, hey, wink, wink. You know.
He needs a spread the dose. He was waiting on one from Ascendance, but I think with Nat, he's not going to be receiving that one.
All right. Well, I'm gonna be making it then.
Man's too busy. Save the day.
I'll save the day. Anyways,
Nico
getting
with
into
the
that.
early drop. Dust
Followed by
trading
Dust.
it right back. Yeah.
Not who you'd expect for the first misses. But Dusk has had a tendency to get like 1 or 2 misses on these maps and just FC the rest of it. So
Everyone
many
down
far
from
jumps.
Chile now. Arisial and Eldenal having both dropped.
Yeah.
Still 2 FCs from Crystal and Kalyanet, both on the side of China.
Dude, this is like China's bread and butter right here. You know, that homemade meal that you come home from after work? This is it, pretty much.
This is their comfort food, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
When you're not sure what else you want, throw on some convert DT.
Long
Eldenal,
jumpy
few drops
pass.
there. Arisial building that combo back up nicely, but Nico gonna drop again. All combos, as I said,
Double.
Dusk and Crystal both dropping on that slider stream. Kalyanet still holding double S though. Chile is slightly narrowing the gap here, but it's swelled to over 100,000 at this stage already. And we're over halfway through the map.
Kalyanet is still accessing, even with hidden on, too. China is just too strong on this.
Well, we kind of expect it, but seeing
This
it
is even-
live in front of you is
Yeah.
kind of still quite scary.
Like, this is something else, too. Kalyanet finally breaking on that final stream, though.
Well, it gets faster, just in case that wasn't hard enough for you.
Yeah, just a little bit. Dude, the thing is that these Chilean scores, they're not even bad either. You see their accuracies is really high. It's just
All
that
over 99.
China
yeah.
is like... Look at the way they're hitting these streams, especially Dust. But wait, was that a fail from Crystal?
I think so. He tried to wiggle one of the repeat sliders and it totally threw him out of sync, out of canter. And he just dropped an entire stream there. And I don't think he could recover in time.
The multiplayer link says that he passed, though, so... I think that might have been China's point. Says that red team wins by 407,000 points. It seems that Crystal was able to recover at the very end, but the client shows a fail for some reason.
Crystal finished playing 984,952 passed. So there you go.
Yeah.
Client obviously not indicating that recovery must have been just in the nick of time.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we have confirmation from D, fellow referee, saying that all players passed. That was a little bit of a shocker there for a second though. It's like, oh, is China gonna lose the double time? No way. But we're back in reality now.
So Chile have picked hidden twice and lost twice by fairly narrow margins, I think it's safe to say. They have one hidden available. It's a specific, quite a quick one as well. Endroll mapped by Eno. Nomad and Hard Rock are both untouched. The saving grace for Chile right now is that even though they're 4-0 down, the bane of their existence, double time, has been removed from the map.
True, it's gone. There's only one more hidden too, so they can't. Maybe they'll pick it again and lose on it again. Maybe they've learned from their mistakes and they won't go for hidden again. I really want to see a Hard Rock pick. I feel like that'd be something to see.
Amphibina from the Nomad pool going to be Chile's next pick by the look of things. Nomad number 2. Very interesting, like Line saying the hidden pool needs more low AR maps. And then they pick Amphibina, which is like 9.7.
It's high.
It's pretty speedy.
Just pick the Chroma Eye if you want a low AR. Not Ascendance Chroma Eye, but you know, the Char one. Fun Ray. two different Chroma eyes.
You mean Stir?
Oh god.
Kara or Plus?
Booster Gangster. Don't even get me started on how many of their names there are. I think there's like 5.
I keep telling him he should do like a collab with all of his other aliases, like older mapping styles.
Yeah.
And just
I know
map
CLSW did that.
one crazy collab diff name.
CLSW did that on Dogfight.
Dogfight, he had like
Yeah.
Cut by
Ground Swim.
CLSW, Salad by Cloud Swimmer, Platter by Minato Yukina, Rain
Yeah.
by
Dies
Dies,
Ice.
and then
Yeah.
Overdose by Minato Yukina.
That was funny.
That was funny.
Not many people who can actually say they've had so many names they've established themselves as a mapper on. Getting right into the map fairly quickly here. This is one of the more standard Nomad picks. I'd say it's probably the easiest pick out of the pool. Not too sure. Maybe Gigas' mental break is a bit easier than this, but they're still really hard.
It's primarily a kind of a speed and snapping based challenge,
Yeah.
which is very common in the current kind of catch meta. So it's definitely more accessible to most people than some of the other selections.
Definitely a bit more so on the snapping side, especially. There's a lot of bar 1/2 jumps in this that you can get caught out on very easily. Oh yeah, something else in this map. Big spinners. Very, very long spinners. Both teams actually going pretty even on that. China eking out slight advantage.
And it's important because if you believe this is a map where people could conceivably full combo, it could come down to spinner battles deciding the difference. Crystal
misses, though.
holding all the way through that one, but Arisial and Line both holding on the side of Chile. More misses from Calumet as well. Advantage Chile in the opening kind of 1/3 of this pick.
Yeah, but then Eldano and Line QDXE misses again. Line following up with another one. China's gonna take it right back. They have all the combos of above 200. Line QDXE struggling a bit more than he would like to. He finds a double miss with Eldano right there. Crystal and Aricio holding on those full combos still.
Once again, China running away with this one though. Arisial finally drops Calumet.
Massive
down.
break.
2 massive combos still on the side of China. Eldnil and Lion QTXE both back up at 200 combos, so they're earning great score at this point. The score difference is actually very slightly coming back in favor of Chile because Arisial is out comboing Calumet. But they've built up a 100,000 point lead once again.
Yeah, it's a pretty big lead too. See these 2 combos from Dusk and Crystal, they don't seem like they're gonna miss. That's just how they're playing right now.
Crystal's still double S-ing at this stage, just hitting 900 combo. I don't think we've seen an FC yet in the
We have not.
map pool thus far.
More big spinners. The thing is, in the second key, there's a copy paste of the same pattern that Dusk intentionally missed, and that's where it is right there. All of China breaking. Eldano and Line QDXE have combos. Eldano breaks though. Line is still holding on.
It's all online. Eldnil
He's gonna
drops
bring it back.
several times again. Dusk drops as well though.
They swapped.
China cannot buy a combo
Line's
right
finding
now.
with Calumet.
Calunet's failed. I think even without the fail,
That's an actual
China
fail.
probably had that point. Lion
Yeah.
QT brought that game back so well for Chile at the end there.
Even if Calumet passed, that would have been a win by 12,000 points for Chile, confirmed by the multiplayer link.
What a game. Chile finally do get on the board with their own pick. Still 4-1, but that's got to feel good to them.
Dude, that was super clutch by Line QDXE right there. Coming in at the very end of the map, holding a combo for 300 more notes than anyone else could in that whole section. Just so he can get the comeback for his team. Big props to him right there.
Dusk wasting no time in kind of being sad over the loss. He's going to go straight into China's next pick. They're going to be dabbling into the Hard Rock pool now that Double Time has been exhausted.
Oh yeah. China team,
Yakutai to
China map,
Shikokuri.
depicting their fellow native Chinese person. FD Florate map. Hard Rock pick. China very strong on Hard Rock. With all the double times gone, Hard Rock is probably the next thing that they lean on. Thing is though, Chile is still relatively good at Hard Rock. They don't need Electric Wind for Hard Rock, unlike they did on Hidden. So I think they're gonna have their full Hard Rock team available.
How does Hard Rock affect catch? So smaller fruit size and catcher size, higher approach rate and HP drain, and also, for some strange reason that is not known to anyone, some objects can be displaced to the left or right, and it's fairly random as to how that happens or how large the displacement is. So you'll see some very, very odd looking patterns in Hard Rock picks, especially at higher levels of difficulty.
It usually happens, something I've noticed ever since I started mapping, it usually happens when notes are just above 1x distance snap, or far from each other. I don't know why, and it also happens a lot with 1/6 notes, specifically. Don't ask me why, it just happens. That's what I've noticed.
But I want to know why.
I don't know why, ask Pepe.
So here we go, game number 6, China's third pick. They're currently leading 4-1. They've taken 2 break points off Chile. Chile have secured their first game of the match in the previous selection though, so they'll be looking for a way back into this one. You'd be forgiven for thinking that everyone would easily fly through this calm section at the beginning.
Oh, def. It's a lot harder than it looks.
With the increased approach rate and the low density, some of these notes are purely kind of memorization as to where they appear. Reacting kind of after you've seen the note appear very rarely gives you enough time.
Anyways, you're finding the first break of the match, coming in about 240 combo. Nagi follows it up. Both teams gonna be about even as soon as everybody gets their combos back. But now we see Dusk and Nagi missing, as long as with Elden L.
Nacho L versus Crystal for the battle of full combos here as Arisiel drops again. Nacho L finally does drop a huge amount, but Crystal drops right afterwards. Chile still have the advantage here.
China do have slightly bigger combos.
Elden L drops though, the only large combo on Chile. China are going to take the advantage of that.
Yeah. Here we go, coming into the Ki section.
Elden will back up at 200 combos, so that gap has stabilized at about 25,000 points. One miss from China could allow Chile back in. One miss from Chile could seal it.
So many times right here too, as you said. And Nacho L finding more misses. China's holding strong with these combos. All of Chilean players are broken now, with Elden L being the last one to break. Coming into the last 1/4 of the map. We do see a double miss from Dusk and Nagi though.
Traded back by a triple miss from Chile though. Arisiel getting very
Crystal.
low there.
Crystal's holding on.
I don't think we're going to see any fails or struggles
I definitely
in this
don't
calm
think so.
outro, and I sure hope we don't, but that is a very impressive performance by Crystal in particular, and a strong team performance by China. Take their 5th point. It was a great comeback from Crystal, who had a real struggle in the middle section there
Yeah.
to get that massive combo towards the end.
China taking that point by 315,000. Quite a big gap, even for a Hard Rock pick. Now, after seeing that for Chile, what do you pick? Do you go back to Nomad again? Because you got to think, you can't play Hard Rock after you just saw that.
Yeah. They clearly don't want to pick the last hidden selection. There are no mod maps in the kind of pool that aren't quite the same as Amphisbaena, but do work in similar ways. And if they think we're comfortable with that, then like I think Breakover would be a reasonable pick for them, but they have to just hope that China slip up on the consistency front. There really aren't many safe options left for Chile now.
I think Breakover and Maiden Love are the two picks for Chile here. After that, I don't know what they can do. They probably just go back to Hidden, hope they can do something at that point.
Kleiss CTB saying I started playing a couple of weeks ago and I can appreciate how difficult these maps are. Oh, believe me, you are not alone. I think both you and I have participated in the World Cup this year. The US got a little bit further than my boys the UK did, but we both experienced the wrath of the map pool selectors on more than one or two occasions. I hope the commentator is not calling me Line Q. No, I am giving you your full title, Line QTXZ. Do not worry.
I'm pretty sure I have been too. I might have been saying Line or Line QT, but I don't think I've said Line Q.
Looks like Breakover will be their selection.
Yeah, Nyan QTX3 picking up the Breakover map by Geus. Nyan QTX3 being his previous name. Go back to the old days.
Go back to last year's World Cup when we had Sart Nyan and Chat Nyan.
Woosley.
Oh goodness. The memories.
Oh god, speaking of memories, Oops memories too. Freshly mapped. Anyways, going back to this pick, I think this is the best pick for Chile, to be honest. Probably one of the easier picks. Something that China can find a few misses on if they're not being consistent on it for some reason. Something that Chile could possibly FC if they're feeling good on it.
I think it's definitely a pick that narrows the skill gap between the two teams considerably compared to a lot of the rest of the pool. Chile obviously an excellent team in their own right, but China just looking like they're on a little level above at this point as they have been in previous matches and tournaments. Looking like we're going to be getting this one underway just a second. Game number 7. China currently holding a commanding 5-1 advantage. Double time has really been the difference maker between the two teams, although China have won twice on Hidden as well.
Yeah, it's like nothing is kind of safe for Chile after this pick. Yeah, I think if China wins this pick, it's going to be the big super mental is break on the side of Chile.
Yeah, Chile will be
See what I
hoping
did there.
that super mental is not break point number 3.
Ooh.
Oh, I've got your game. I've got your game.
I see, I see.
I raise you.
You know, I can't think of anything else right now, but I will come back at you with it.
There's
It's
another
not
joke
going to
here
be
somewhere.
break over.
I'm gonna find it.
Nacho coming with a really early miss on those one jumps.
Crystal missing as well at about 100 combo. The Kalyanet missing a whole section of sliders there, and again.
Drop down to a B. Dusk, the only person with a full combo out of the intro. That's very surprising, I'd say. And that intro isn't that hard for most of these players, unless you're just not used to the speed.
The problem is I think Kalyanet was dashing too early, and if you miss one hyper dash, it's almost impossible to hit the next one. So he just missed a huge chain of notes. Line and Nacho both dropping there though. Dusk drops when he hits 200 combo again.
The thing is that Calia and Crystal both have over 200 combo, while none of the Chileans have over 100, except for Lion QDXE breaking there right now. Score gap is already at 200,000 and it's still growing.
Yeah, Chile finding it so hard to maintain any kind of combo here.
I think this is just the skill gap showing at this point, but Crystal does find a break on those left rights. More big spinners. Dude, that's like a 15-second spinner, 20-second spinner. Dude, that thing was so big.
Exactly why long spinners need big breaks after them. Elvenor and Crystal both getting baited by that large distance there. Just not able to see the note, it was obstructed by the bananas.
Mapper's note to Gigas. Fix your map.
Yeah, Kudosu in the mail, please.
Yep. I'll be waiting.
Yeah, China have a huge advantage at this point, about 250,000 points.
Yeah, Calia really struggled early on, but he's bringing it back really strong. Seems like he got those timings down correctly. The ending of this map is pretty easy compared to the intro of the map for some reason. I don't know why, but it just is. All the players getting a nice combo in this ending. That's gonna be the point for China. Break point number 3, mental break is ensued.
You mean you're not going to come up with a new one?
Nah, I'm
Like
sticking with
that.
the mental break.
China are now at match point, and that's Masayoshi E. Moore suffering for Chile.
Oh god.
Got him, boys.
You know, you're gonna be looking at these through Scarlet Rose tinted glasses because those are our next pick.
No! I don't want to
hit you
continue
with
this, but I don't want to lose.
Anyways, next pick is Scarlet Rose. Hard Rock pick. Back to China. It's not the Scarlet Rose that many other people know. It's not the big, hardest map in the game, Scarlet Rose. Different one. I believe this one is the loved PKK version.
It is correct.
This one quite a bit harder than the hardest game, hardest map in the mode.
Hardest game in this match.
Oh yeah.
Misanthropy, what's going on between JBH and Chicken? What kind of don't want to lose? Oh, we're just making silly puns and trying to outdo each other. I'm not sure it's a contest either of us really wants to win, but we've gone
have to
so
keep
far
going.
at this point.
Just
that
gotta.
Might as well keep going. If it's offending you and ruining your kind of enjoyment of the stream, I apologize. Full stop.
Remember, this is match point for China here. If they win this, they win this whole match, and they'll be playing versus Korea later tonight, actually. Or tomorrow, depending on where you live.
Yeah, South Korea, China will be 12 UTC tomorrow. So for some people, that's potentially still the early hours of the morning. Or, I mean, is it tomorrow? And if you
I
don't
thought
go
they
to-
had a
does
first
it become
match.
Sunday if you stay up?
I don't know. I thought they had a match earlier.
South Korea, Chile would be at 1 UTC. but
Yes.
it's looking like Chile are going to have to pull some serious comeback to get back into this one. Speaking of which, if you still believe, if you're one of the 3% of people that voted Chile in your pick'ems and you want to see them come out on top, share your love and support in the chat. They need it now more than ever before.
Oh, yeah. They're definitely going to need it here. Playing Hard Rock versus China, but we do see a substitution on the side of China. Kagami Reno 2 coming in for the first time, I believe, instead of Nagi on the Hard Rock this time. Maybe Chile sees this and thinks, this is our time. We can take a point from the guy who hasn't played a map yet. Who knows?
We have no idea what practicing he's been doing behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Maybe he's been playing nothing but this map for the last hour.
It's like, oh yes, this is my map. This is my time to shine. Dusk
My
finding a very
moment
early
of
miss.
glory has arrived. Nacho L saw an early miss. Arisiel has dropped as well. And then the drop from Natural as Eldnol. Crystal did get to 200 combo, but then drops immediately afterwards. Kagamine Rin holding that double S, looking like he is refreshed and ready to go.
Yeah, he's the only double S left. Only FC left even.
Dusk not still... Did he miss early on?
Yeah, he missed early on. He missed at about 40 combo.
You are correct, he did. He's at that 200 combo mark as Arisiel joins him. Kagamine Rin does find a drop though, at about 350. Arisiel dropping as well though. Natural just arriving at 200 combo in time to pick up the slack. Crystal and Dusk both with those 200 combos now. Eldon has hit 200 as well.
Yep. About a 60,000 point gap lead in favor of China, but Kagamine Rin does miss again. It's a very big chime for Chile to bring back some points, as well as Arisiel and Crystal trading drops right there. Finding
Crystal
another one
actually.
Yeah.
Natural missing right on the end of that stair pattern though. He almost hit that. That was very unfortunate. Eldnor the only combo left on the side of Chile. The gap is still reasonably close. It's about 35,000.
But we see just Dusk. Dusk being Dusk is the story of this match right here. Even if you have one person who's almost keeping up with Dusk, he'll just do better than you. Even if you're trying to keep up with him, he'll be like, nah. There's actually a triple miss
for
there.
Chile. And Arisiel and Eldnor, 2 combos on the side of Chile dropping. Natural dropped right before. China have Crystal and Kagamine Rin at that 200 combo mark. They can extend their lead slightly further.
Remember, this is only halfway through the map, so there still is the chance for Chile to come back from this 100,000 point deficit. Though it's looking pretty grim at this point. They do see the scores for a split second over there, so they know that they're down just by about 100,000 points. LDL breaking on the slow part too. That's devastating.
You know it's a challenge when this is the slow, easier part.
Yeah. This is the part right before the Ki too. I believe the difficulty ramps up quite a bit with these upcoming streams. Nachel finding another miss, but all of China, look at China! All of them have over 400 combo. About to hit that 500 combo mark on Dusk, but as soon as I say he misses, but it's still Crystal holding on. Keeping the dreams of
every
China
time
up.
China see a miss, it's traded back in equal or greater measure by Chile. Just Nacho hits 200 combo now, but Arisiel drops several times. Nacho drops, Eldnor drops. Chile have no combos left.
This
China
ending is
don't
so
need
brutal
that, but
though.
they've built a massive lead already.
Could we see a fail, maybe? I'm not too sure on that. But with how this ending is going, it might be possible if somebody misses a big hyper dash.
HP drain on this isn't too savage, but it's potential. The spacing is really quite obnoxious at this point. Someone would need to miss a whole stream, really.
Yeah, and it seems like that's going to be it. China is going to take the match versus Chile 7-1. They'll be playing versus Korea next day, tomorrow, or tonight, for the grand finals. What a
Well
performance by
played, both
Dusk.
teams. Great performance from all the players. Chile, unfortunately, have to settle for 3rd place for the 2nd year in a row, but it's been a great run by them. A more convincing run than their run last year. They looked a lot stronger, a lot more well-rounded. But for China, I think this is their 5th consecutive Grand Finals appearance.
5 in a row. That's insane if you think about it. All these players have been playing for 5 years in a row. Pretty much the same core 7 players, swapping one in and out each year. And they've been keeping this pace up for 5 years in a row. At the top level, highest of highest. Well, highest of highs. It's incredible when you think about it that way. Again, Chile taking home the 3rd place. Very commendable. They still get a badge, 3rd place badge, along with their catch prizes. Still very impressive.
One match remains.
One
South
match.
Korea versus China. I'm going to bring a
big
little
one.
summary of that to you very shortly, obviously, before we depart. There is the bracket, that's what we're looking for. China making their run once again back through the losers bracket. They're looking for revenge against South Korea, who defeated them in the winners bracket final last weekend. I think at the beginning of the tournament, 99.9 recurring percent of people would have predicted one, if not both of these teams to be contesting for the World Cup again this year, and so it is. The script has not lied. Korea versus China settling in for another grand final.
Not many people would have predicted Chile to be third place, though. I think most people were expecting either Indonesia, Hong Kong, or USA. Chile was right up there with them.
Various fortunes for those teams. Obviously, Indonesia got knocked out in that group of death with South Korea and Hong Kong.
Really unfortunate group.
Chile had that great run, looking very convincing over the US.
Yep.
And Finland, Hong Kong,
Barely getting eliminated.
France looked fairly terrifying right up until their match with Mexico, where they got run over pretty much. I mean, Mexico were definitely the kind of the
dark
pocket
horse
pick of the tournament for they've done better than I think anyone predicted that they would. So
this is the year for Mexico. Yeah. Big shout out to all those players. I know a lot of them are very excited at how they played. Very pleased. Oh man, this next match though. What's your prediction for this next match? Korea, China.
I think I put Korea like 7-1 or 7-2. I don't want it to be a sweep.
Wow.
But Korea are one of those teams that when they get ahead, they very rarely give up an advantage.
I know what you mean.
China can get a little bit angry. They can see red a little bit when they fall behind.
Yep. As soon as they lose one match in the winners bracket, they're like, all right, time to get serious.
Hopefully they're bringing their A game though. I'm just excited. It's going to be another fantastic grand final. We're going to find out who our 2019 Oscatch World Cup winners are in about 18 hours from now. It's going to be 8 a.m. tomorrow morning for me, so I'm going to be getting up nice and early.
Yep. 12 UTC for any of you guys just listening on.
So yeah, that will conclude our third place match, first of two matches in our finals week 2. South Korea versus China, the granddaddy of them all, coming to you tomorrow. Predictions are made, the map pool is set. You can obviously check that out on the stats sheet and the wiki page if you so wish. Banners are down. Thank you so much to everyone who purchased one in support of your favorite teams and players. So all that's left from us, Chicken Bible and I, is to say we'll see you again tomorrow very, very soon. Hoping to have a great turnout.
See you next time.
good afternoon, good evening, and good night. Welcome everyone to OS Live. It is the grand finals, the biggest match of them all of the OsCatch World Cup 2019. I am JB Hyperion, joined this fine morning by Elux. How are you doing today, my friend?
Wide awake. A lot more awake than what I should be. I stayed up all night, but Grand Finals has got me pumped full of energy, so I don't think I'm going to be falling asleep at the mic today.
Too much excitement, just no ability to fall asleep. I was eagerly anticipating this one. Many people were expecting this matchup, South Korea versus China, from the very beginning. Two of the strongest teams in this year's tournament and, in fact, the entire history of the Catch World Cup. South Korea squaring up with Motion, Rockma, Berea, Hyper W7, R18, and QWHJ. Their opponents coming through the losers bracket, China, featuring Dusk, Kagamine Rin, Sakurano Kurimu, Crystal, Nagi, and Calumet. And looking at these two teams, like 12 players that have been around in tournaments for as long as time has turned in Catch. China's team is almost unchanged from even 2016, 2017. They've been around that long. They have that much tournament experience. Both teams have won the Catch World Cup 3 times previously. China in 2012, 2016, and 2018. South Korea in 2014, 15, and 17. Sorry, I interrupted you at the start there. Go ahead.
It's all good. You kind of said what I was going to say. South Korea versus China in Catch World Cups. KO oldest time. KO oldest time. It always seems like either one of these teams is almost always making it at least a podium spot anymore.
Yeah, South Korea have gone from winning in kind of odd numbered years to not doing quite as well by their standards in even years. China, on the other hand, have not looked as convincing in their matches against South Korea when they've kind of squared up against each other and in the grand final. But they've been on the podium for every all consecutive World Cups since I think 2015 at the current stage. So that's like 5 World Cups in a row where they've stood on either the top step or second. So amazing consistency from them as far as tournament play is concerned. We're going to be getting into our very first warm-up, Chamelea's Discontrolled Galaxy. Rockma, the creator on this one, so I have to assume this is the South Korean warm-up. Obviously each team getting 1 warm-up in preparation for the match coming. Best of 13, so first to 7 points.
And it looks like Dusk is so far playing a perfect game of dodge the beat. And he caught one.
Yeah, Calumet doing the same. Crystal, the only player on the side of China, trying to catch the fruit this time. Crystal and Calumet playing a good old game of Avoid. I've just noticed that the track of this song, it's got Pili Pala in the background. They've mixed the 2 songs together from the hidden pool in the previous finals round. That's become something of a meme for them. The Pili Pala meme. Everyone on the side of South Korea giving this one their best efforts.
You know, Calumet just still dodging away.
Yeah, under 1% accuracy, very impressive. I'm not sure whether this mix is brilliant or tragic. It's certainly very interesting.
Well, you know, it wouldn't be Catch World Cup without interesting warm-ups.
This is true. We've lost out on a lot of the more memey warm-ups. We didn't see Netherlands go that far in the tournament this year. US obviously didn't bring some of their kind of more traditional warm-ups.
Well, I do know that the US had some warm-ups, it's just some people opted not to choose them.
Ah, disappointment. Get those people off the team. So So one warm-up concluded, obviously with 2 of the Chinese players playing Dodge the Beat. That's a fairly convincing victory, if you want to call it that, for South Korea. Motion achieving that C rank with sub 200 misses.
Oh no, JBH Calumet with that 0.39 accuracy.
That's where the real skills are.
That's pretty impressive, if I do say so myself.
It is very impressive, but it's not quite what he wants to be doing to win the World Cup for the 4th time. He's going to have to catch some fruit sooner or later. Crystal linking the China warm-up. We'll find out what that is in just a second. Diao Yezong feat Marami Pop Shinkiro Ethereal Masquerade cut version. Mapped by Crystal, so both teams allowing their mapper spirit to run free, picking their own constructed warm-ups.
And knowing China, this is going to be a really, really good warm-up as far as it comes to no memes, but actually getting the players ready to actually play.
I wonder how long this cut version is, because I believe the full version of the song is about 7 minutes, maybe 8 minutes, I'm not sure. There was a lot of discussion about a map of this song could be the Grand Finals tiebreaker. It's not worked out quite that way.
And Crystal was saying it's about Nagi as well, saying about 4 to 5 minutes.
Okay, well, we've got nothing else to follow this, so we can let it simmer.
And apparently if you do not skip it, it's 7 minutes, according to Nagi.
So to people wondering when the real air quote game is going to start, yeah, this is the second warm-up. Both teams get to pick one warm-up match, and then we'll get into the roles, and that'll decide who gets to pick and ban first. And then we get onto the actual scoring matches. As I said, first to 7 points wins the match, and since this is the grand final, they win the title of OSCatch champions for 2019. Nice to see lots of love and support in the chat for both South Korea and China. Thank you all, everyone, for turning out this morning. Hopefully it's a wonderful day where you are, whatever you may be doing either earlier today or the rest of your day. Glad that you have chosen to support the World Cup at some small part of your day.
So JBH, who are you rooting for in this matchup?
I think both of these teams have a fantastic selection of players that are very deserving of the title of champions. Both of them have won the World Cup 3 times, so there's no kind of... Normally I would root for the underdog, who I believe deserved to get their final moment in the sun that they haven't really seen before, but neither of these teams are really an underdog, so I'm just hoping for an excellent close match. I know that's a bit of a cop-out answer, but it's how I really feel, so sue me.
It's all good, JBH. I'm going for South Korea on this one.
Yeah, is that through believing they're the better team, or just a desire to see them triumph again?
A little from column A, a little from column B.
If I go and have a look at the pick'ems, it seems that 81% of people have put South Korea as the victor for this one. Only 19% of people thinking that China will come out on top.
Speaking of pick'ems, JBH, have you kept up with yours?
I kept up to a certain extent, but the last 2 rounds kind of didn't go too well for me. I think I'm just inside the top 10 still, but I didn't get too many games scores correct past the quarterfinals, and there were some surprise upsets that threw me off a bit. Mexico doing very well.
That Mexico versus France, kinda.
I'm really proud of the way Mexico performed. They performed so well, and they really deserved that 4th place spot. I'm really happy with their performance, and I hope that they do even better next year.
Oh, definitely. They are definitely a team to watch out for next year.
Coming up to the halfway point, Crystal with the... Oh, Crystal's just dropped, sorry, Calumet holding the roughly a 600 combo as we wait for a little bit of client lag to settle through so we can keep everybody in sync. Hopefully I've not cursed anything by complaining about the client already. We're getting him out of the way in the warm-ups, it's fine.
Well, don't you know, JBH, the players are warming up, so we gotta warm up as well.
Well, we're going to warm up our cursinating game, you mean?
Yeah, we gotta warm up as well, you know? As we see Calumet still standing there, it looks like JBH is warming up his personating pretty well.
I'm just admiring the accuracy, like Crystal hitting 99, Hyper W7 and QWHJ sitting just below that mark, and Dusk as well, catching back up to 99% accuracy as well. The stamina and the precision required to play like long, difficult maps like this is really impressive. So yeah, we're not quite sure what's happened to Calumet at this stage. If it is an issue, we hope that he can get that resolved and it doesn't affect the kind of match proper. But we will keep you updated on that when we know more.
At least this is happening in the warm-ups. And as we are getting to the final 25% of the map, if you have not yet, get your role predictions in the chat. Who do you think is going to win the roles? Who do you think is going to get banned first? I'm going to say China is going to win the roles and opt to ban second. That is what I'm going to be going with.
In the China versus Chile match, the losers bracket final that we saw yesterday, I believe Dusk rolled a 3 and one of the Chilean players rolled like a 92. I'm not sure exactly who that was, whether that was Eldnul or Arisiel, I can't remember. But yeah, it was a little bit of a one-sided roll, so Dusk will be hoping for slightly better roll luck this time around.
Well, see, he got his low roll against Chile. Now he gets his high roll against South Korea.
He's got it out of the way. This is it. Yeah, South Korea, this is their first match, or the only match, obviously, unless there's a bracket reset of the grand final. So they've not been able to get their roll practicing in. China, meanwhile, have done. Lots of predictions coming out. It's all good. We'll see if anyone gets close. Looking like Calumet's game crashed. The rescue team is underway. I really hope that's not something that comes back to haunt his performance in this final. We want both teams at their absolute peak performance to ensure an excellent match for you guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, the rescue team found them. They did it. They brought Calumet home.
Can someone explain why they're using no fail but all SDIT? It's a warm-up, so like neither team will necessarily have practiced the warm-up as much as they would the picks in the actual match. Just in case there's a connection and the whole team fails, it allows us to get to the end of the warm-up to ensure that everyone gets a proper kind of warm-up experience. There's no points on offer for the warm-up, so it just allows everyone to play through to the end in case there's any issues or really difficult patterns that players can't hit towards the end. But whilst we wait for the third player on China to enter, looks like Sakurano Karima is being invited to the lobby. And then we'll get our predictions, well, for our actual roll. Sorry, I'm looking at all the wonderful predictions in chat. Thank you guys. If he disconnects, does that point count? Do they get a rematch? If the game disconnects in the first 30 seconds, then the point can be replayed. If it's after that, then unfortunately disconnects will count as a fail. And it's at the referee's discretion as to whether kind of disconnects can be kind of reconsidered or if they just want to proceed with the score as necessary. Whilst we wait for the rolls, I'll just kind of cover the kind of nature of the grand final. So South Korea were victors in the winners bracket. China fought their way back up through the losers bracket, and this is a double elimination bracket reset tournament. So if China are victorious in this first match, they will have to play a second time to claim the World Cup. China need to win 2 best-of-7 matches to become champions for the 2019 edition of the Catch World Cup. South Korea need only win once. And both of those matches will feature the same map pool, the same roster of 12 players, and both be best-of-7 as Dusk rolls 25. Not the greatest. I meant to say first 2-7, best-of-13. Apologies for that one.
Ooh, Hyper W rolling a 98, and it looks like I am back on that losing streak when it comes to roll predictions. I got 4 in a row right, and then this kind of snapped it.
Yep, so China have improved their rolls a little bit based on their previous performance, but Korea have still become the masters of the roll with a 98 from Hyper W7. Obviously very difficult to beat that one. So with South Korea, the victors of the roll, they can elect whether they want to pick first or ban first. Whichever you choose to do first, the opposite you do second. So if you pick first, you ban second, and that's exactly what Motion has decided South Korea will do. So China will get the first ban. Their first ban was I Know Where You Sleep from the Hidden Pool in the match against Chile yesterday. But this time they're going to ban Amphisbina, which is interesting but not unexpected given that they lost that point to Chile yesterday, and I'm fairly confident there was a fail on that one. I'm going to check the MP link for that match yesterday in just a second. I'll try and work out if there was a fail as I remember and who that failing player was. It was a fail from Kalyanet on the side of China in the match yesterday. Chile would have won by I think 12,000 points at any rate, but China just feeling not quite confident enough on that one that they want to take it off the board, maybe more than I Know Where You Sleep, or maybe I Know Where You Sleep was a ban targeted at Chile, who are obviously a very good hidden team.
We are just waiting on the Korean ban and pick here.
Looks like the South Koreans have learned from the Chilean match yesterday. They are also going to ban Croatian Rhapsody from the double time pool, which Chile banned against China. And that's a very sensible ban. China have pretty much first, second, and maybe even third pick double time in almost every match they've played thus far. They are a terrifying double time team. And wow, China leave I Know Where You Sleep open, and South Korea decide to first pick it. Emil Autumn's I Know Where You Sleep from the hidden pool is the first pick of the grand final. Someone get M-Bomb in here. It's happening.
poisons the truth you hear. I know the bigoted tongue that tears apart your fear. Pontificate, you fated
Motion,
stars,
although he
so
picked
do
I Know Where You Sleep, he says I'm gonna die, so maybe his team have convinced him to give this one a roll of the dice. Interesting first selection if that's the case. We did see this in a couple of previous tournaments though. I remember the 2017 Grand Final, I think, where the Squattatrice convert was in the map pool, and everyone was kind of too afraid to pick it. And Dusk said to Exgon, the South Korean kind of talisman at the time, "Go on, I dare you to pick Squattatrice first." And he was like, "Okay, sure, I'll do that." And that was like one of the really hype moments that I remember from kind of Catch World Cup history. I'm hoping we can relive something like that.
And just friendly words from Hyper W right there. He knows where you sleep. Keep that in mind.
Does he know who's going to win the World Cup though? Both of these teams have to be feeling fairly confident. South Korea, obviously, completely undefeated in the tournament thus far. They went unbeaten in their groups. They stayed in the winners bracket throughout. China have just lost the one match, which ordinarily wouldn't be too much of an issue, too much of a nerve unsettler, until you remember that that one match was, of course, against South Korea. Have they been able to recover from that loss, address their weaknesses? That's not a good start for South Korea, with a double miss coming out of Hyper W7 and Rockma. Motion missing now as well. Yeah, Dusk the only miss thus far on the side of China. So China taking an early lead on this one.
And it would appear as for now, Calumet has his internet and everything all sorted out. Let's hope that what happened in the warm-ups does not happen again, as Crystal ends up finding a miss, followed by Rockma.
Yeah, Crystal's miss was really unfortunate. It came right as he hit 200 combo when he was about to earn maximum score per fruit. Calumet still holding on to that 300 combo now. Motion gets to 200 and drops as Crystal sees another one. It's two good combos on the side of China to nothing on the side of South Korea, frankly. Calumet, Dusk, and Crystal
Hyper
both
W
miss.
and Rockma dropping down to failing.
Yeah, a huge number of drops there. It was a triple miss from China, but it was traded and then some by South Korea. So far, like, unless South Korea know that they can do really well at the end of this one and they're expecting China to really tank, this is looking like a backfiring pick so far from South Korea.
Hyper W and Rockma down to 95% on this map.
Seeing another miss from Calumet, but Dusk just dropping at 250. Crystal about to get back to 200 combo as Rockma, Hyper W7 again. Hyper W7 dropping dangerously low there.
Hyper, you okay there, man?
I mean, he's got to be
Dropping
feeling
down
some
to
nerves.
94.
This is the first match of a World Cup Grand Final. It doesn't get much more kind of pressure than this.
Oh, definitely.
Either team is one that you want to give an inch to. Both teams are struggling a little bit, but China seems to be just able to hold on to those combos for a bit longer, and that's allowed them to build out a massive lead at this point, over 200,000.
Hyper W dropping down to that B rank accuracy.
This isn't even like one singular kind of carry performance from China here. Almost all of their team has a higher accuracy and score than everyone on South Korea. Motion was the leading player on South Korea, and he has dropped down to a fail. He must recover now. There's only about 1/6 of the map still to go, about 30 seconds. He's just about managed to recover. That's good. So if there's a fail, then it will swing one way or the other, but China have not looked that kind of difficult. Crystal drops dangerously low now, though.
Hyper W, you need to be back up.
Calumet dropped really low there as well as they hit those wiggle patterns. Calumet is so unbelievably low. Has he failed? I think he's going to be able to recover. This ending is not that difficult. Until the very end. Ooh. I'm not sure if Hyper W7 survived the end there. No, he did not. I think he's dropped out.
He did not survive the end.
I don't think that would have made a difference, though. China looked comfortably in command of that one. It's all down to them just able to hang on towards the end. The S rank from Dusk, like, you think 22 misses is quite a lot, but that is a very, very difficult pick for Hidden as well. Like, even no mod, that is a really tough pick with the AR 8.8. I think that's AR 8. So great performance from everyone, even like HyperW7 that failed at the end. Like, this is just such an insane level of difficulty that these players have to contend with.
And if you know anything about catch players, before the map started, Eager said that this map is pure evil. And if a player of his caliber said that this map is pure evil, then you know it's difficult.
I've been forced, or rather requested, under duress to test play and mod this map a few times, and I know full well like the struggles that it presents. But playing it, like, you get one shot, and it's with Hidden, and it's in a World Cup Grand Final, and it's against probably your greatest, strongest opposition over the past like 6 years. That is an insane degree of difficulty just piled on top. Looks like China going to start once again with double time and a map that they found very comfortable in their pick. Not their first pick, but it was definitely a later on double time pick in their match against Chile yesterday. Shukasai no Elementalia from the double time pool, double time 3. It was their second pick against Chile, and obviously, as you'd expect for China picking double time, it was a victory for them. Obviously, they're feeling a little bit more confident about this one than they did Lunacode, which was their first pick yesterday.
The Berea subbing in lieu of Hyper W. Hopefully, he is not too worked up over his performance in that first map. It is only the first map of the Grand Finals. Hopefully, he can shake whatever nerves are building up out of his system and get right back into it.
This is the great thing about these two teams. Like, they have very deep rosters. When a new mod comes up, they're not relying on 2 or 3 core players to just kind of play in every match. No matter what mod comes up, they have the perfect combination of players, and they can swap those players in and out at will. Even if someone's not feeling it, they can swap someone else in with little to no kind of drop in kind of overall performance of the team. And that's why these two teams have been on top of the catch mountain for years to come now. Who is from the winners bracket? South Korea were victors in the winners bracket, and China lost to them in the winners bracket final. And China have now come back through the losers bracket, defeating Chile yesterday for a rematch in the grand final. To answer Cube Ovo's question from the chat. So here we go, game number 2. We've gone from AR8 Hidden to AR9 double time. I'm not sure if this is 9 or 8.7. I'll have a quick check.
And if you are new to OzCatch World Cup, you'll notice that Berea and Calumet are the only 2 players on their team with the Hidden modifier on. On Score V2, Hidden does not allow you to have any extra points on that score multiplier. It is purely players' preference on how they want to read the map.
What a contrast we're seeing to the previous pick, like 400 combos built up already. Rockma and Crystal are the first to trade a miss.
And Rockma's going to miss again, followed by Calumet.
That's going to swing possibly towards South Korea, though, but Berea drops as well, along with another miss from Calumet. Both of these teams trading misses very evenly at this stage. Rockmo is the first person to see a non-traded miss. That's going to give China a little bit of an advantage. They're eking it out to about 20,000 points, but it's going to come right back as Calumet drops as well.
Motion and Dusk still going hard at it with the double S accuracy right now.
South Korea going to take the lead for the first time, as we saw a drop from Crystal.
Berea's
Berea dropping is
gonna
going to
drop.
trade it back though. Crystal is back at the 200 combo. We've only got the outro to go, and it's very quick. There's a BPM increase.
But
Kalyanet-
Kalyanet is going to drop.
China have the lead, but it's almost negligible. It's going to swing to South Korea. One miss either way could decide this one. The jumps get
And
quite
Dusk is
intense.
going to drop. Dusk is
Double
going to
miss from
drop.
China. Still motion holds the double S. He finally drops on those repeat slider sections. Kalyanet trades, Berea's down, Crystal's down, South Korea build the advantage. It's a break point again, this time for South Korea. 1 point apiece, and finally, China have been beaten on double time. A one miss from Dusk, but sadly it was not enough. Crystal really starting to struggle towards the end there. South Korea had a difficult middle section that gave China the early advantage, but were not making any mistakes towards the end. Great comeback by South Korea. 1 game apiece, 2 break points the first 2 games of the match.
43,000 points. China finally losing a double time pick, but only by 43,000 points. That's how good both these teams are.
And that's exactly what the Catch World Cup is all about. Ooh, Korea moving to a pick we have not seen yet. We didn't see yesterday. Chiron's Code Crimson, mapped by CLSW or Minato Yukina as he's now known. A very famous map from him. From the Nomad pool, we didn't see much Nomad yesterday. We saw 2 picks, one from China and one... both picks from Chile, sorry, towards the end of their match. We saw Breakover and Amphisbina, so this is the first time we've seen this one. I was discussing... Oh, sorry, go on.
Rachma leaking the script there a little bit, saying, how many people will fail? The answer is 5.
Is he prophesizing that he's the only person that will pass? I was discussing this map pool with Chicken Bible, our fellow commentator, yesterday, and I think we both agreed that this map really does stand out in the Nomad pool for the grand final bracket as being noticeably more difficult than some of the other stuff around it. Like, it's an insanely quick 9.7 approach rate, high density 167 BPM, very snappy, very technical, very tricky. It's definitely much more difficult than the 2 Nomads that we saw yesterday, I think. I'm interested to see how the players hold on to their combos if they may manage to make any in this one.
I have tried playing this map about a good 100-some times, and I've only ever gotten to the halfway point once, and then I promptly failed.
Hopefully we don't see any fails from our players this time around. These are obviously some of the best players in the world today, or some of the best players in catch history, no doubt. They've been playing in tournaments and World Cups for many, many years now, but that does not mean that they are immortal, does not mean they are invincible. Rockma the first to drop at about 150 combo, going to give China the early advantage as everyone else hits that 200 combo. Nagi dropping
is going to drop.
immediately when hitting 200 though. Dusk and Crystal, there's a triple miss from China. South Korea going to take a huge advantage early on in this one now.
Rachma building back up, but he's going to drop before he builds back up to that 200 combo, but his teammates are there to have his back.
Crystal traded the miss though, so there's going to be almost no change in the scoreline.
But Hybrid W is going to miss his full combo, and Rachma is going to drop yet again.
So yeah, double miss, motion dropping as well, that, and a Hybrid W7 dropping as well. That is going to give China the lead if they can hold on to their combos. You can just see it swinging back now. Nagi drops a huge stack of notes, just totally misreading the anti-flow leading into that stack, but he has managed to recover. South Korea have a slender lead. China just about saw the lead for a split second there. but South Korea have managed to pull it back out to about 20,000 points now.
All players now back up to that 200 combo mark as Dusk ends up making a fool out of myself and finding a miss. As soon as I say something, the exact opposite happens.
We're getting to the end of the map now, and there's only about 10 seconds left. There's 100,000 points difference. Was that a
Hyper W
double
failed! And Rockma failed!
South Korea had a huge advantage there for a second, but that could well be a double fail from South Korea. Crystal also not registering a score yet, as far as we can tell in the client,
Ooh.
from the side of China. We're waiting for confirmation on this, to make sure that those 3 players that we believe have failed have dropped. Nagi saying he passed, or we do believe that one, just below that S rank in accuracy. We'll get confirmation on that one from the MP link in just a second for you. But it does look at this stage as though there's a double fail from South Korea. We are reading Crystal failed with a score of 900,000, Hyper W7 failed with 913, and Rockma failing with 867. So that is a second point for China, another break point. China now back to a 2-1 lead. Wow. What a turn of events the end of that was.
Well, it would appear that Rockma's prediction was almost correct. 3 players failing instead of the 5 that he predicted. But wow, as soon as you think South Korea is gonna pull away with a point, 2 failures on their side and Crystal follows it up with a failure. Anything can happen in this World Cup, and we're seeing it right now.
Oh, apparently we're being too loud. We need to be a bit more quiet for this next pick. Shindig.
I'm terribly sorry if I woke anybody up.
We've already had I Know Where You Sleep, and this is everyone discovering exactly where we sleep, all still asleep. This one going to be China's pick, looking for their first actual point on their own pick. They'll be looking for a 3-1 lead. South Korea once again need to secure another break point to keep it level at 2 games apiece. RA team going to be coming in for this one for the first time for the side of South Korea. We're seeing Kagamine Rin on the side of China. So some new players dropping into the lobby for this Hard Rock pick. Hard Rock number 3, first of 2 converts in the Grand Finals Hard Rock pool.
And R18 just letting everyone knows that he knows not where you sleep, but where you fail. Some friendly banter, more aiming towards his teammates than anything with that comment.
It'll be interesting to see if they keep the friendly banter, the jovial nature, the upbeat spirits, if this match goes deep into its kind of almost inevitable kind of close conclusion. Will they still be able to laugh and joke and have fun when it's, say, 5-5 or 6-6 even? Or will silence take over as deep focus begins?
Is that a tiebreaker hype that I'm hearing from you, JVH?
I would quite like a tiebreaker. I would like that quite. Just waiting for Sakurana Karimu to load into the game. And now he's loaded in and everyone else has struggled to load in, so hopefully everyone's managed to get in fine. We're just syncing up everybody's clients. We can be underway.
And now QWHJ, waiting on him to load in.
I'm eager to talk about this map, but can't see it yet. Our eyes are closed. We are dreaming restful sleep. Just waiting for QWHJ to catch back up.
Just getting a little solo performance in.
Sorry for the technical difficulties, everyone. We are trying to sync up everyone's clients all together. Some clients are obviously still dozing a little bit to this beautiful tune.
You may think that the client does not need to sleep, but the client does, in fact, need to sleep. Especially to a nice, soothing song as such.
Well, I guess we're most of the way through this map now, so I have no choice but to talk about it. The pick that we would like to be seeing, or you can see QWHJ playing now, circle size 5.5, which when Hard Rock is added goes up to about 6. So, sorry, 7 even. So very, very tiny fruits. Something that we don't see a lot of in the World Cup. Definitely not seen a lot in kind of competitive solo play either. Very few maps kind of trend towards circle sizes smaller than 5 in the very kind of competitive difficulty, higher difficulty aspect of the meta. QWHJ, after all those struggles loading in, seems to have built up a pretty good combo there. As I say, he does drop. Triple miss on the side of South Korea. Kagamine Rin making their first appearance in the match with the 400 combo now, doing a great job of carrying China, currently sitting at a 150,000 point advantage. Kagamine Rin does finally drop, but there's no real combos able to take advantage of on the South Korean side. Dusk and QWHJ have good combos, but there's so little combo in this very sparse section towards the end of the map. I don't think China can make a... Sorry, South Korea can make a comeback.
And that is going to be China's point by 129,000.
I wish we could have seen a little bit more of that one to give you a more play-by-play action, but the 1 miss from Dusk, a 2 miss from QWHJ, it's very strange. Like, Sakurano Karima obviously struggled the most on that one with the 11 misses, but South Korea just not able to maintain a high enough combo motion, not even managing to make it to 200 combo, so he really his score really suffered as a result of that. Great performance by Dusk and obviously Kagamine Rin with that 430 combo in particular. Great performance by China. They take a 3-1 lead, being the first team to win their own pick. South Korea to pick next. But before that, South Korea get to do something that I don't think they've ever actually gotten to do so far in the tournament. And that's use a comeback ban. I'm going to do a quick check whilst we wait for South Korea's ban. But I'm not sure if anyone has ever actually taken 3 points off of South Korea thus far in the tournament.
And now with the sleepy time songs out of the way, hopefully the client will be fully awake now and stop lagging on us.
What was I thinking? I should have known that your heart is as big as my queen size bed.
Yep.
I guess I'll take
Indonesia only took 2 points off of South Korea in group stages.
It's not like I had enough.
Hong Kong took 2 points off of them. And then in the knockouts, they beat Netherlands 6-0. France 7-2. They beat Taiwan 6-0. And they beat China 7-2 in the first stage of the finals. So yeah, this is the first time that South Korea have had to use a comeback ban. And no surprise, it's going to be another double time pick. Lunacode, which was China's first pick in the previous match against Chile. So a very sensible ban, given the kind of predilection of the Chinese roster to pick as much double time as possible.
And you gotta remember,
Brianak Open, considering it was mapped by Rockma, a member of the South Korean roster. I think that one does lend itself a little better to their double time playstyle.
and you gotta remember, according to our Pick'ems bracket, it was what, JBH, 81% in favor of South Korea?
81%, but it's looking a bit interesting now.
It is. China definitely coming into this feeling like they have something to prove after that winner's bracket final matchup that they had earlier on where they lost 7-2.
Looking like Sleepy Time is about to end as Motion has decided that his next pick is going to be Break Over Masayoshi Imori. Super Mental is break difficulty mapped by Gigas, who I think is... He has a US flag, but I think he is South Korean born.
Well, JBH, I guess you can say that the sleep break is over.
The sleep break is over indeed. Hopefully you are all rested and your headbanging is ready to recommence. There's some fat bass in this one. Lots of kind of analysis of the two teams in the chat. Who's got the better players, who's got better on paper. As a stats man myself, very lovely to see. I think, yeah, South Korea were most people's favorite going into the tournament and the match as a whole, but China definitely on their level. Like a very well kind of balanced roster, both of these teams. So, not hugely surprised to see China with an early advantage. This definitely is more beneficial to China than it is detrimental to South Korea. South Korea are a team that we've seen when they get ahead early, they can run with an advantage and really punish their opponents. Whereas when China get behind, they tend to not struggle, but they can lose focus, they can become a little bit irritated. So this is good for China. South Korea are usually a bit calmer under pressure, so I don't think this will be bothering them too much. They've been behind in World Cup finals before and made great comebacks, so they're not worrying too much yet, but definitely good to settle the nerves for China. Toho Song Tourney when? That's a good point actually. We used to be very kind of common that a double time pick in particular, there'd be a Toho Song featured in the double time pool of Catch World Cups, but I don't think we have one this time around.
So what does that make, JBH? We need a High School Musical tournament, a Camellia tournament, and now a Toho
Oh, High School
tournament.
Musical was last year. This year we had a Bandori World Cup in the group stage.
And I'm still waiting for the day where nothing but High School Musical songs.
I am not waiting for that day.
Motion down to that 95% accuracy, slowly building that up.
Crystal back up to 200 combo. That score difference is going to have settled. We're seeing about 25 to 30,000 points advantage for China. Just coming up to the halfway stage now. Everyone holding combos nicely. Dusk
But
still holding
Calumet is going to drop as soon as he says something, JBH. Calumet and Crystal dropping down to failing there right before that spinner.
So we're sitting at a 30,000 point advantage now for South Korea, and that is going to increase. As Crystal and Calumet have a ways to go before they can build those combos back up. But Rockma drops twice right after the spinner. Very surprising miss there from him. I think South Korea is still going to have the advantage if there are no further misses, but it's going to be very close. In fact, South Korea are going to be eking that advantage out a little bit further as well. Crystal and Calumet tied Rockma for combo. As they all hit 200 combo now, it's extended to about 35,000 points. Dusk still sitting on that double S, but it's two great scores to one. Motion and Hyper W7 challenging Dusk now as they come towards the end of the pick.
China has to hope for something huge to happen on the side of South Korea in order to come back and get this point.
Not too difficult an ending, and that is going to be a second point for South Korea. They take their first point on their own pick, as even though that brilliant double S, the first double S I think of the grand finals that we've seen thus far, coming in from Dusk, but unfortunately just not quite enough. Crystal and Calumet really struggling on that one at
Mhm.
various points. Motion with the 900 combo, Hyper W7 also. South Korea overall just slightly more consistent in that one, taking their second point of the game and bringing it almost level 3-2 to China.
And like their first point of the match, they only won that by a small margin of 47,000. So far, South Korea has only won their 2 points by a small margin, in lieu of China, where we've seen them win 2 points off of failures from South Korea. So it's looking like China is standing pretty good so far, despite it only being 3-2.
We're going to wait and find out what China's next pick is. They've gone for Double Time and Hard Rock thus far. Lunacode's been banned, but they've left Brianak unpicked in the previous match. Will they go for it this time? Or will they stick to Hard Rock? Oh, sorry, Brianak was the comeback ban from Chile in the previous match, that's why it wasn't picked. There's still 3 Hard Rock picks available and Brianak from the Double Time pool. So China have looked pretty strong thus far. I don't think there's any obvious kind of weakness that they should avoid.
And just a heads up for you, Twitch chat, we have a substitution, not from the players, but from the referees. EF is taking over refereeing this match now.
Oh, he's going to get annoyed that you're not pronouncing his name right again. He got angry at Chicken Bible yesterday.
Well, that's where I got
It's Dave.
Dave.
Don't tilt him.
Well, thank you, JBH. I always got my pronunciation from Chicken Bible, so
Well, blame him
thank
then.
you for correcting me. Yeah, blame Chicken Bible. Dave, if you're hearing me, yell at Andrew for me. Don't yell at me. Yell at him.
Looking like China are going to pick Scarlet Rose from the Hard Rock pool for their next pick. This was their final pick, I think, against Chile, and obviously the final of their 7 victories. Scroll down to the bottom of yesterday's multi. Dusk got a 4 miss in this yesterday with 737 combo. Crystal 725, Kagamine Rin 748. So great consistency and good combos from all of China and their roster. Chile couldn't quite keep up, maybe South Korea can. So this is not the Scarlet Rose of grand fame that a lot of people will be familiar with, mapped by PKK, but in many ways I think is arguably considerably more difficult as a pick than the historic Scarlet Rose that we are all familiar with.
Just waiting for that third player to come in for China. Seeming like they're discussing who they want to have that third player be, as it is Nagi coming in for China.
Interesting that Nagi's coming in for this one. He's swapping out for Kagamine Rin, who played this map and did very well on it yesterday, taking the highest combo in the match. Most misses, but highest combo overall. Obviously, Nagi feeling he's a little bit more confident on this one today, or maybe Kagamine Rin just not feeling quite so hot on it today.
And
Motion, Berea, and
also,
QWHJ going to be lining up on the opposite side for South Korea.
And what's interesting about the side of South Korea is no Hyper on a Hard Rock pick.
Maybe resting him for whatever their next pick is going to be. Maybe they're feeling that they don't need Hyper W7 to win this one. 2 early misses from Kudo HJ in motion, and Nagi dropping as well. 2 misses to 1 gives China a very early advantage. Could well be overturned if there are future misses. But Berea becomes the 3rd player to miss from South Korea. No full combos left on their side, as Dusk and Crystal still holding on to double S's.
Berea and Nagi gonna be trading off. As Crystal finds a drop as well, that is Ooh and QWHJ dropping right before the break. South Korea had a small advantage there, but with that drop, they no longer have one.
Yeah, score difference is going to stay very constant. Mostly just Dusk versus Motion at this point, deciding who's going to break. Crystal sees another drop. That's going to bring the score difference much closer together, though.
All players from South Korea building up to that 200 combo mark as we see Crystal slowly catching back up with the rest of the group as QWHJ, Crystal, and Berea gonna find a drop. That's gonna get back to China.
Yeah, QWHJ with the miss setting things off, but then Berea and Crystal trading to keep things fairly constant. China still pulling out advantage here with Dusk still holding on to that double S rank. Motion missed very early on, but has looked rock steady since then. Nagi building a good combo as well. China know they have the advantage of about 40,000 points coming into this break. But one half of the map still to go, but it gets insanely difficult the later we go. QWHJ with another miss. Crystal dropping as well as he was building combo back up as Berea trades.
And are we gonna see another double S from Dusk coming in?
If there's any players that could put in an outstanding performance on a map like this, it is Dusk. The man is an absolute machine. Nagi dropping though. Several breaks on this one, so everyone knows at regular intervals how the difference is going. 60,000 points now the advantage for China. They've eked out more of an advantage. 1/3 of the map still to go. Dusk now hitting 1,000 combo as Motion is hot on his heels, tracking him down, not wanting him to get away.
QWHJ is going to find a drop as Nagi catches back up with that 200 combo mark.
Yeah, everyone on China now at 200 combo. They're still eking out that advantage as QWHJ is building back up. He's about to hit it now if he can hold combo. But we're getting into the really difficult part of the map if the rest of it wasn't already difficult. Some of the slider velocity and jumps on this get insane as Nagi finds a break. Berea trades it right back though. China still hold the advantage.
Dusk is still going strong with that double S though. Oh, and he's gonna drop. Everybody but Motion drops as he finds a miss later on.
Gets even faster and faster still. Double miss. Nagi and Crystal go down. Traded with Berea several times on the side of South Korea. Crystal almost dropping down to failing as he trades with Berea again. Crystal and Nagi drop. The lead is getting smaller and smaller, but I think China can just about hold on. There's not much of the map left to go.
And Dusk is gonna drop.
There's a double miss. Crystal and Nagi go down. Dusk goes down. South Korea take the advantage. China have lost it right at the they've lost it at the death. Oh, that was so dramatic, I almost swore. I'm very sorry. Oh my goodness. That was a triple miss from China at the absolute worst possible time.
18,000 points. Oh my word. And just like that, South Korea are back in this match.
South Korea have stolen a game victory from the jaws of defeat with that one, tying it up at 3-all with a break point. China have got to feel pretty robbed about that one. They were leading for the entire map, and they had such amazing combos. Dusk and Motion trading each other for blow. Almost identical combo as well. What a fantastic match this is shaping up to be. This is the kind of situation I was talking about earlier, where China can get a little bit tilted if things don't go their way or they fall behind. That is exactly the kind of result that is likely to anger them, and I hope that it doesn't, because I want to see this going all the way. I don't want to see South Korea run away from it from here, because China kind of lose focus. China get a second ban and come back? South Korea have hit 3 points. What are they going to go for?
Just trading blow for blow right now. Would not expect anything less against these two teams.
Oh, we almost had a tiebreaker pick there, but I don't think that's intentional. China going to be opting for Hard Rock for their second ban, Nakakapag Padagabag. Hopefully I pronounced that properly. They don't want that Hard Rock to be left on the table, and I don't want to be pronouncing it once again. So I'm glad they have removed that one. Very interesting, China saying, well, we picked Hard Rock twice, won one, lost one, but they've decided they're maybe not quite as confident on Hard Rock as they first thought. So they're going to remove that one from the table, leaving just one Hard Rock pick left, that being a Hyakukurakai Toshiro Tokukuri. You can tell I didn't practice that one quite as much as Nakakapag Pabagabag.
Well, thank goodness that you're in here for the pronunciations, JVH, because I would completely butcher them.
JVH, I'm reporting you. Sorry, man, were you expecting me to fail? I did fail Hard Rock 2's pronunciation. I need to get some practice down on that one. But I try my best. This is the World Cup, man. You can't do it by halves. You've got to go all out. These guys have practiced to the best of their ability to play awesome fruit catch for us. I got to do some practicing too. I'm out the tournament. GB have been on the sidelines, on the bench for a little while now, so I've had nothing but commentary practice to focus on. Oh, I hate JB Hyperion now. Don't worry, Crowley. I love you too.
Ooh. And South Korea going with Aurora 2, our HD3 pick. Curious to see how this is going to go, seeing as how South Korea had a rough time with that first hidden pick early on.
So this is South Korea's pick, correct?
Yes.
It was first picked by Chile in their match against China yesterday. Eldenol did astonishingly well, hitting 955k and a 430 combo on that one, but the rest of Chile not able to quite keep up. China looked very consistent. All of their players hit between 850 and 920k. So China definitely no slouches on this map, but maybe South Korea feel that if they can get like 3 of their players to hit 900k, they can out-consistency China. This is definitely a pick where if one of your team can get a good combo and maintain it throughout, you can build up a massive advantage. This is very, very slow. I mean, we thought we were joking about Shindig being kind of a sleepy song, but this is almost glacially slow. I think AR7 is the offering on this one, and circle size of 5.
I'm really curious to see how South Korea is going to do on this map against China. As I said before, the first pick of the match was our hidden 1 pick, and South Korea did not do too hot on that.
So either they feel just more confident about this one overall, or they feel that their first hidden kind of performance was a bit of a not a fluke. They didn't quite live up to their potential, and this one they can rally the troops and make a good comeback. And you can see already how slow this is.
Gus catching an early miss there. Motion finding a miss later on. That is going to hurt South Korea just a little bit more as Dusk goes ahead and trades with that. Rhea finding a miss as well.
First break, China can see they have a slight advantage. It's only about 14,000 points at present. And it's all down to 2 good combos from Crystal and Nagi to only Rockmas. Dusk and Nagi both dropping from China though. South Korea quickly taking that advantage back even faster as Dusk misses again. Motion trades. Crystal drops as well, though. South Korea is still going to be eking out the advantage.
Rakma holding on for South Korea. But can we talk about how such a big contrast the speed of this map is compared to all of our other picks?
Yeah, this is a contrast to pretty much everything else, even the pool. Even, like, I Know Where You Sleep, the AR8 pick feels incredibly quick compared to this because the density is so much higher. This is slow, very kind of difficult to read because the density is so low. You have to plan several fruits ahead. Nagi finding a drop. South Korea looking like this is a fairly good pick from them thus far. Berea with the 250 combo, so building out a great lead for their team. Crystal missing just before that spinner. So it's 100,000 points to the good with half of the map still to play. Triple miss from China there as Dusk goes down. Just Rockma holding on to that 200 combo now for South Korea. Just hit maximum score.
And at this break, Rakma's going to see that he is the anchor for South Korea on this pick, carrying his team to a potential point.
Double miss there from South Korea. Only one crystal going down from the side of China. There's a huge gap they need to overturn, but they're going to do a little bit towards that as motion drops as well. No combos left on the side of China. Sorry, South Korea. China not quite in the best place to exploit it though, only having 100 combos of their own. The massive kind of tide turning differences are when we see a triple miss and all of the opposition team have that 200 combo mark. By the time China are back up to 200 combo, most of the damage has been offset by South Korea. They brought it back down to about 70,000 as
Korea's gonna... Motion's gonna drop as well.
This lead is shrinking, it's getting smaller and smaller. There's not much left of the map. If China can hold on to their combos for the rest of this map, they might just squeak the lead here. Crystal's going to drop though. That's going to halt their advance.
We can see Dusk is the only one holding an S rank right now. Rakma slowly catching back up with accuracy. Dusk is going to drop.
I think that's pretty much going to settle it unless we see a triple miss from South Korea now. The lead is too great for just one or two misses to shed the difference. Berea dropping, but motion dropping as well. Dropping. Only Nagi has that 300 combo and it's matched by Rockma on the side of South Korea.
I don't
Everyone
think
hits these jumps at the end. This one's going to be a victory for South Korea. And it is, to the tune of about 50,000 points. South Korea take the lead for the first time in this grand final, 4-3, finally winning something on their own pick.
Rakma finding only a 2 miss coming out of that map with 975,000 points. The only one with over 900,000 points in that pick.
I think China will be feeling a little disappointed with that performance compared to their match against Chile. No performances over 900k. As you said, Rockma definitely doing a huge amount of work, being the difference maker between the two teams in that one. But South Korea taking the lead for the first time, 4-3, still plenty of games left to play. China definitely not out of this one yet, but South Korea have now won their last 2 picks. China are running out of maybe comfortable picks they're convinced they can win on. We might see South Korea's consistency just start to shine through a bit more. They might have been hoping they could have got a few more comfort pick points on the board at this point. They're going to have to dig deep for this one. Do they go with one of the remaining double time or hard rock, or do they opt into more no mod? Sorry, fun fact coming up. What have you got for us?
Fun fact so far, South Korea, all 4 points that they have won have all been less than 50,000 points.
So China can take heart from that, knowing that they haven't been run over on the South Korean points here. They're definitely still in with a shout of winning these games.
So if that tells you how good these two teams are, it's been constantly neck and neck. Only a couple misses being the major deciding point.
Dave waiting for China captain Dusk to elect his next pick. Obviously both teams have hit 3 points now, so there'll be no further bans. We have 3 no mod picks, 2 hiddens, and then 1 each of Hard Rock and Double Time remaining. So still plenty of variety. Hard to pick. Yeah, it's becoming very difficult now. The comfort picks are available. They have to pick something that they believe they can do well in, but also something that they believe they can do better than South Korea, their opponents, on. Looking like they're going to go to no mod for the first time, picking Made in Love by Chroma. Again, first time we've seen this one picked in the grand finals, as it was not selected, completely ignored, as like most of the no mod pool in the match between Chile and China in the losers bracket final. This is another slow pick, not quite as slow as the Kirby mix we've just seen. Circle size of 5 and an approach rate of 8.8. China seem to be swapping out most of their roster for this one. Kalyanet, the only member of the China roster still in the lobby. Rockma and Hyper W7 not seeming to be too happy with this one. Bunray, if I win, you should collab with me. He waits your response, Bunray. Crystal and Dusk dropping back in for this one from China. Looking like an unchanged team from South Korea.
Boonray, the Korean players are calling your name.
Looking like we're going to getting underway for this one. Game number 8. Currently 4 points to 3 in favor of South Korea. China behind for the first time in the match, looking to tie up the scores and keep touch. So delicately poised, this match. We knew it was going to be close. We hoped it would be close. And it's so far delivering on all fronts, and some we didn't even know that we wanted. Very slow introduction. Nothing too challenging, too dramatic to test the players thus far. It's going to ramp up a little bit, but Kalyanet missing that hyper, dashing away way too early to try and get a good spin. Just misreading the lower approach rate and the low BPM, slightly dashing away from that hyper dash. Slightly too eagerly. Might not make the decider, since there could well be misses later on. Early misses haven't proven to be too dramatic, too deciding thus far, because we're not at a stage of the tournament where we realistically believe everyone else can FC Rockma.
And there we are, Rockma, but Kalyanet is going to, Hyper W is going to drop as well, and that's what China needs. As
That's a triple miss on the side of South Korea. Motion, Hyper, and Rockma all down. Crystal still holding off the double S.
Hold it.
This is not a long song, and it's got a very kind of modest total combo. If Crystal can hold this for any significant period of time, he can put the game out of reach. Everybody struggling.
Again from South Korea, though. Kalyanet holding on.
Dusk and Motion hit those kind of like vertical buzz slider sections. Really insane play from them. This is why it's really good that China built up those combos early on, because some of those patterns are really, really difficult, nigh on impossible without tap dashing to hit. And given the density, the amount of like actions per kind of minute, or I suppose is the correct way to put it, is just almost inhumanly quick.
And speaking of those patterns, whenever it seemed like everyone was about to miss those patterns, there would be one player from China to hold on to a combo. And just like that, China is gonna win that one by 240,000. Crystal finding the one miss in that, almost coming away with a full combo. And just like that, we are tied again, 4-4.
The fact that Crystal 1 missed that is honestly, like, it's not just insane, it's quite terrifying. The snaps on those like really dense vertical tapping sections are really punishing. It's so easy to just slip out of your kind of tap dashing rhythm there and miss huge chunks of notes. So one miss from him is really insane, proving that China is not just equal to Dusk. There are great players on both sides of this match that deserve huge amounts of credit. Even he can't believe that he got like that kind of performance.
And that's why players like Crystal are here in the grand finals.
That's why all of China's roster has remained unchanged for about 4 years now. So we're going to find out what South Korea's next pick is going to be. Only 6 picks remain on the table. 4 of them at most will go down before we head to a potential tiebreaker. 2 no mods, 2 hiddens, 1 hard rock, and 1 double time. So there's still plenty of variety on the table. But as we saw Dusk saying, it's becoming difficult to work out what to pick next. He's not alone. South Korea are feeling the exact same way. They cannot afford to make rash picks that give China that advantage back.
I mean, we've seen an incredible amount of breakpoints so far in this matchup. So they gotta make sure that whatever they pick is the best optimal choice that they can choose at that given time.
Of the picks remaining in the pool, only Zenryoku Happy Life and Hyaku Kakai Shiro Tokuri have been selected previously. The 2 no mod selections, Endroll and Brionac, have not been seen. The former 3 are all left unpicked, and Brionac was banned as a comeback by Chile in the previous losers bracket final.
And South Korea going with Happy Life, our hidden 4 pick.
This was Chile's 2nd pick in the losers bracket grand final. It was won by China. I'm going to bring that pick up now. It was won by China to a score of 63,000 points. Dusk the MVP on that one with 880,000 overall. A very close pick between these two. And again, maybe one that South Korea feel China are good at, but they can maybe slightly better at overall. No one on China's or Chile's side really kind of ran away with this one. There were lots of kind of 300 and 400 combos, but nobody hit 900,000 points.
You good there, China? For a second,
Dusk can't carry this one on his own.
For a second, there were no players on the side of China.
3 versus 0, free win. Moving back to a much more conventional hidden pick as far as this match has been concerned. We've seen AR8 CS5 hidden and AR7 CS5 hidden. This one is a much more modest approach rate of 8.7 and a circle size of 4.2, but it is an endurance pick to say the least. 4.5 minutes in length, featuring a lot of very unconventional patterns. High slider velocities, strong dashes.
There we go. Now we're having everybody from China come back in. And JBH, you called it earlier. South Korea was going to be more relying on their consistency, and well, right here's a consistency pick that they just chose.
We'll have to wait and see if it works out pretty well for them at the end of the day. China, no slouches on Hidden, as we saw in the Loose Bracket Grand Final. Chile just picking Hidden as much as they could, but China the answer to that one every single time.
Team Crystal, Raffin, followed by Rakma.
Yeah, very even trade thus far. Rakma and Crystal missing at pretty much the exact same spot. China looking like they just have a lead by virtue of Crystal missing ever so slightly earlier.
And they're going to trade again!
Another trade. This time I think it was on the exact same note. China going to retain the lead, and it's the tiniest of margins. Really, it can't be more than 1,000 points at this stage. Of course, the players don't know this, because they haven't seen a break, and I highly doubt they keep scoreboards enabled while they play. But for us, oh, it's so nail-biting. Motion
is going to drop.
That gives China a little bit more of a breathing room. But as we said, this is a marathon, not a sprint.
See Crystal doing some flatter dancing there as he's catching back up to 200 combo, followed by Rakma. Motion, Nagi, Crystal, and Brea gonna find a drop. Dusk, the only one with a full combo left in the match.
And what do you know, it's that man again. Dusk holding on to that double S as he hits 1/3. Rakma holding a good combo as well, but there's a double miss, as you said, on both players, from both sides there. Everyone building back up nicely. They're halfway back up to that 200 combo mark. Even these Karma sections have some really annoying kind of one-half rhythm jump spacings that can catch you out. Barea finding that to his detriment as he sees another drop.
Motion catching back to 200 combo. Gonna try and help his team stop the bleeding a little bit, but not completely, as they have to wait on Brea to catch back up.
No one being caught out by those strong dashes after hypers. Dusk now at 800 combo. A triple miss from South Korea. That is absolutely not what they needed right now. And another double miss. Motion and Barea.
And Dusk is gonna finally drop his full combo.
The Dusk has held onto his combo just long enough. Crystal dropping, but Nagi's still holding onto that 200 combo. He's at 500 nearly now. China have built out a massive lead, even though Nagi drops and Dusk as well. There are no combos on the side of South Korea to take the advantage. They're still going to hold that advantage.
Nagi, Crystal, and Motion gonna find a break there. Brea, Rakma, Dusk misses all over the board.
This is excellent for China. Even though they're starting to struggle, they've built up a huge 100,000 point advantage. They can't afford to take it easy, but they cannot beat themselves up too much about individual misses here, because they know that if they miss, it's pretty sure that at least their misses are going to be traded, highly likely, by South Korea, based just on how difficult these remaining patterns are. In fact, China with a slight combo advantage at this point, so their advantage is eking out even further. Barea going to drop. It comes up to 120,000 now, with only about a quarter of the map still to go. This is looking like it's going to be another breakpoint for China.
Triple miss from South Korea again.
Yeah, Nagi trading it, but Crystal and Dusk holding on. This is great consistency by China.
China just running away with this.
Dusk sees another drop and Crystal down as well. No large combos left on the side of China, but no one on South Korea can take advantage. All China needs to do is hold on now and not see a fail, and they'll be securing another breakpoint. Rakma sees a drop, Motion down as well. Nagi back up at 200 along with Barea. Crystal trades with Rakma. coming into the final kind of 10 and 15 seconds of the map as motion goes down again. Will we see a fail in these final sections? We will not, and that will be a break point for China. We haven't seen one in a little while, but that is a convincing victory for China, pulling out again to the lead, 5 games to 4, almost 200,000 points to the good. South Korea starting to sweat, their point broken. China 5-4.
And you can say that South Korea is not having a happy life after losing that pick.
I knew it was coming, and I left you the chance. Oh my days. Plenty of misses all across the board in that one. China just pipping the South Korean roster for consistency. Just able to maintain those combos a little bit longer. Dusk, with that almost 900 combo, made the difference early on. But overall, Nagi held an almost 900,000 point score as well. So it was definitely not just the Dusk show on that one. Great team performance all round from China.
And the question is, are we going to be seeing another break point in favor of South Korea here? Or is China going to capitalize on South Korea starting to sweat a little bit?
We started off with so many breakpoints all across the board, and then it settled into a little calmer period where teams were more confident in their own picks. South Korea really don't want to be letting this go to 6-4, because then they put pressure on themselves. They must win 3 games in a row. Admittedly, South Korea do have the mental advantage of knowing that even if they lose this match, there'll be a bracket reset and we'll go to like 0-0 again and we'll do it all over again, which would frankly be pretty awesome. But China are not a team that you want to be just saying, okay, well, we'll just go to a bracket reset. We can beat them next time. China have the added advantage if it does go to a bracket reset, which obviously it will have to if they wish to win the World Cup. They had no information on South Korea's performance coming into this match, whereas South Korea had seen and studied China's match against Chile. The longer this game goes on, statistically, as far as like knowledge of the map pool goes, the more it favors China, the more information they have. South Korea really up against it now. China going to be picking Chisana Koi no Uta. Going straight back to more speed, which they favored earlier in the pool. They've had enough of the slow stuff. They want to be hitting that 220 BPM, I think. I don't think we saw this one or either convert from the no-mod pool. In fact, in the China versus Chile match, it was left unpicked. So this is the first time we'll be seeing this one. Will they play the second match directly after this one, after China wins? I think they have effectively like 5 to 10 minutes to refresh themselves. I'm not sure if they have the option for another like warm-up or non-point like map. But I think they pretty much go straight into it after like a 5-minute break at tops.
And chat, if you want South Korea to win, Hyper W needs your energy right now. He is not having a good time as of right now, and he needs all the support that you can give him.
So, 9 games down. We're into the double figures, boys and girls. Game number 10, so delicately balanced. China with the 5, the advantage. They've had the advantage throughout almost all of the match. They lost it a touch, but they've come back with a victory and then a break point to bring themselves back to 5-4 and settle the nerves. South Korea looking for another break point to bring this one back to 5-all, or China will be on match point.
And I was really hoping that this map would get picked. This is my favorite map in the Grand Finals map pool.
Dave and Penn Puffbuck correcting me in chat. It'll be 15 minutes, so they get a little bit more break than I was expecting, which is frankly deserved, the kind of level these players have been participating at. But 15 minutes is still not that much time to strategize your kind of any changes in decision, to settle any nerves, to practice anything.
And it's going to be slight combo advantage for China, but Nagi finds a miss that is going to swing things back over in the favor of South Korea, but KWHJ is going to drop as soon as he gets up to that 200 combo mark, traded with Nagi again. Hybrid W is going to drop as well. Advantage China. WHJ and Dust trading misses there. Crystal is going to drop, leaving Motion the only full combo on the board, as he is going to drop as well.
Did see a drop from Dusk, but Nagi is already at that 200 combo mark. He can still eke out the lead. He's going to drop as well, though. No combos really remain on the side of China. Hyper W7 picks up the slack with 270 combo now to slightly bring the gap narrower. It's down at about 20,000 points, and it is shrinking. I think China will just about hold on to the lead, but they're definitely going to hold it now. Double miss. Hyper W7 missing twice, and QWHJ missing also. Motion, the only combo left. Dusk dropping, but Nagi's back up at 200 combo along with Crystal.
But Crystal is going to drop in that screen.
And Dusk almost failing her as well. Those snappy sections, you don't want to flow into those because the slider changes direction almost immediately. Crystal trading with QWHJ. It's just about to swing back to South Korea, but QWHJ misses again. China are holding on by the skin of their teeth.
Drop.
There cannot be more than 10,000 points in this one. Crystal gonna drop. South Korea gonna take the lead. Dusk missing as well. South Korea definitely taking the advantage now. Motion with a huge combo. Nagi trailing just behind him. The two kind of non-large combo players on each side, just in South Korea's favor. Hyper W7 missing a huge stack of
trading that with Crystal, though. He is trading that with Crystal.
Dusk is just back up to 200 combo now. Motion finally drops. China could take the advantage back if they can just hold on. Roughly 30 seconds of the map left to go. Can they bring this one back? The gap is so tiny. Nagi drops as Crystal hits 200 combo back. Hyper W7 trades.
QWHJ is going to drop. That is going to swing things back in favor for China.
Oh my goodness, this is so close I can barely watch. Dusk and Crystal with the combos. Motion just about bringing that combo back. This one is going to go right down to the wire. China have the advantage, but one or two misses could swing it. It's Hyper W7 that drops though. China hold on. Hyper W7 drops. QWH drops. China secure another point on their own pick. They're at match point. 6-4. South Korea failed to break.
South Korea really feeling the pressure now, as one more point for China sends it into a bracket reset.
Oh goodness, we're nearly at sudden death overtime right about now. South Korea's only saving grace is it is their pick next. The downside is they have to win 3 points in a row, one of them as a tiebreaker. And that just secures the game for them. But they've got to do that on 3 picks, and 3 picks that they can't be feeling that confident on. All the stuff that's left to the end, you know that both teams can play because they'll have practiced it to the death, but they will not be feeling confident on any of the remaining picks. 1 selection available for each mod bracket.
China winning that one by 44,981 points at the end.
These have been so close, so unbelievably close. I mean, if they found it difficult to strategize their picks before, it must be insanely difficult now. Oh my goodness, Dusk being brought back to the tournament lobby. So, the state of the game, China have secured a pick and a break point. I think, is that 4 picks in a row? Or 3 picks in a row for China? They're on a roll right now, either way. They need 1 more pick victory, either on this pick, their own, or to break South Korea. So on South Korea, break South Korea's next pick, which is going to be end roll. First time we've seen this pick, or they win their next pick, they all force a bracket reset, and we'll do the whole thing all over again. But as for now, we're going to be going to End Roll, the last available hidden pick. The only hidden pick I think we didn't see featured in the previous match against Chile, because Aurora 2 and Zenryoku were picked and I Know Where You Sleep was banned. This time, it'll be End Roll making its first appearance in the Grand Finals. By far and away the fastest pick in the hidden pool. 170 BPM and an approach rate of 9.6 to accompany a circle size of 5.
And if you haven't already, chat, South Korea needs your support. They need your energy now more than ever. They need everything that you can give them.
It'll be a fitting song to take victory on if China win this one. An absolute banger of a tune. We had deciders of cycle hit hard rock in last year's Grand Finals. This one is up there.
Just waiting on Calumet to get in from side of China here. Unless they are opting to go with Crystal, if Calumet won't be able to jump in.
Lots of love for South Korea, lots of love for China in the chat. I just want to see them play more, rooting for both sides, because honestly this has been great. Yeah, I think I'm in the neutral camp. This is just a fantastic match, and I mean, I think I'd get hungry and thirsty at some point, but I could honestly watch these teams play all day. The level of play has been insane, even higher than we even expected from two fantastic tournament teams.
And China is currently discussing who is going to be jumping in and playing, as it seems that South Korea has their lineup set.
Looks like Nagi has decided it will be him and not Calumet. Dave rightly saying, come on, you can't take all day. We've got a 3-minute time limit, and we're going to crack on with this one. So here we go. China on match point. This is South Korea's pick. South Korea need victory in this and the next pick, and then the tiebreaker to claim victory. If China win, it's 7-4, but since they were in the losers bracket, it's a bracket reset, and we get to do this all over again. 15-minute break, then it's 0-0. Same map pool, same teams, same awesome performances, we hope.
Ooh, and we're going to see early misses from Hyper W, Rockma, and Crystal there.
Hyper W7 seeing a second miss there, going to give China the early advantage.
Motion triple miss from South Korea. They are cracking under the pressure so far in the beginning of this map as we see Dusk dropping.
China have built up a huge advantage here. Dusk almost dropping down to failing as he just missed on some of those anti-flowing stair patterns. Crystal and Dusk missing once again, but Hyper W7 and Motion trading. Nagi has finally dropped. He had a 400 combo almost. We're halfway now, but China have a 210,000 point advantage. This is so good for China. They're in a perfect place right now. South Korea know that their destiny is almost completely out of their hands. They have to FC and just hope that China crack towards the end of the map. There is nothing else they can do.
Hyper
W7 sees a drop.
Crystal is going to drop as well.
Yeah, Crystal just misreading slightly that transition to a 1/3 rhythm, but not too problematic. He still manages to retain health. Hyper W7 almost back up at 200 combo as Rockma and Motion hit 400. Duska and Nagi are close behind, but the lead is so massive.
Rockma's gonna drop. Nagi's gonna drop, but it might not be enough. Need to see a fail on the side of China.
Nagi's slowed down a little bit, but I think he's managed to
It
submit.
is
No
not
problem.
gonna happen.
South Korea bring back
are
a
going
little
to-
bit of the points difference to 180,000, but that is a convincing victory for China. They take the match 7-4.
Bracket
Ordinarily,
reset.
we'd be celebrating China as the World Cup champions, but nope. It's a bracket reset, ladies and gentlemen. We get to do this
Bracket
all over
reset.
again. That was an insane performance from Crystal. Only 8 misses, the S rank. He just left everyone else in his wake on that performance. Nagi had the best score with 907,000, but the accuracy on show by Crystal was just insane. So congratulations to China, who are the winner of the grand final, I guess? This is obviously just a placeholder for now. South Korea and China will do battle once again in about 10 to 20 minutes. So don't go anywhere. The bracket reset will be coming to you very, very soon. Like, spread the word, spread the hype, spread the love. You need to get all of your friends, all your family, everyone you've ever even spoken to, even if you don't know them anymore. Get them watching this match. It's going to be ridiculously epic. Elux and I will be back in about 15 minutes to kind of recap what we've seen so far, and then obviously introduce the bracket reset, the grand final, as you were. I'm gonna grab some food and another cup of tea. I think I need to settle the nerves. I think you're gonna do the same.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna get another cup of coffee, keep myself awake going on, or who knows, I might just run off the pure hype energy that I have going on right now.
Excellent. So that's it from us for just a short break, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. I think we'll be back at about 5 minutes to the hour, so in about 15 minutes. So I want to say, don't go anywhere. If you need food, you need drink, you need to stretch, if you need to go and call everyone you know, then go do that. But make sure that in 15 minutes exactly, you are back here for the exciting, absolutely final, no more take-backsies conclusion to the 2019 Oscatch World Cup Grand Final. Thanks for watching. We'll see you very, very, very soon. Okay, we are back. Welcome once again, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to the grand final, this time for real, of the Oscatch 2019 World Cup. Still, I am JB Hyperion, and still I am joined by the wonderful Elux this fine Sunday morning. How are you doing? Have you recovered from the epic encounter that was match number 1?
Yeah, JBH, that whole time I had to use the bathroom, and I'm like, I'm trying to hold it in because I don't want to miss a thing, but yet at the same time I'm wanting to leave, but I'm not wanting to miss it, and oh my word.
Well, thank
what a
you
matchup
very
we've
much
had so far.
Thanks very much to China for taking a win so that Elux could maintain professionalism and use the restroom. But we're going to be heading right back in 3 minutes time on the hour to China versus Korea part 2. But yeah, so 7-4 the victory for China in the first match. China obviously coming through the losers bracket, so they've got to win twice. Once in the first round and then again in the bracket reset. You can see the bracket here. China, their only loss in the tournament thus far was to South Korea in finals week 1 in that winners bracket final. They have got part of their vengeance. They have finally beaten Korea. Both teams have now lost once, but this is the deciding match. China versus South Korea. China have won 3 times in the past, 2012, 16 and 18. South Korea also 3 times, 2014, 15 and 17. So here are the 2 teams. Elux, run us through the players, please.
Well, we have Dusk, Takamine Ren, Sakurano Karimu, Crystal, Nagi, and Kalyanet leading the charge for China. But followed shortly, we have Moshin, Rakma, Freya, Hyper W7, R18, and QWHJ for South Korea. What a slugfest it's been so far if you are just joining us.
Yeah, if you've just joined us, whether or not you were part of that rather huge raid, courtesy of Flying Tuna, thank you very much to everyone. Hopefully you stick around even if catch is not your cup of tea. You're willing to see some fantastic plays, some excellent players, and some high-stakes drama. It's looked so good thus far. It's been very evenly matched up until the very end. We had breakpoints galore, we had narrow margins of victory, we had comebacks, we had last-minute fails. And if we're in luck, if we're just a little bit nice and we pray to the gods of fruit, maybe we'll see it all over again. Maybe it'll be even better. So our players have had just over 15 minutes to rest, to reset, to re-strategize. For South Korea, it's the first time that they will have played this map pool on stream. China finally have some information about how they perform. They can adapt their strategy, their tactics accordingly. South Korea now have 2 lots of data to go on. This match they've just played, and of course the losers bracket final, which got played yesterday between China and Chile, our 3rd place team. Wonder what they'll do with that extra information. Will South Korea be able to adapt and overcome? Will China be able to repeat their heroics? And both teams, obviously, as I said, looking for their 4th World Cup title.
And we've seen, even though both these teams are really powerful, so far it's just seemed that the advantage has been slightly in favor of China, as South Korea only won all 4 of their points by less than 50,000 points. They are needing to figure something out if they want to start getting ahead in this matchup.
The finest of margins decide the fate of whole countries in the World Cup, and Oscatch is no exception. We saw some fantastic plays out of our individual players. Dusk, obviously, no exception, looked like a very impressive performer, hitting that double S on Gigas's breakover. I think that was probably the only even one of the only 4 combos. Might have been the only 4 combo in the Grand Finals pool that we actually saw. But Crystal definitely, in particular, stepped up to the plate and hit some impressive performances of his own in particular. On the
And
side of
no
South
matter-
Korea, it was Motion and Rockma doing a lot of the heavy lifting, but there are very few weak links in either of these teams.
And you know, JBH, no matter how much times I watch Dusk play, he always finds a way to surprise me and blow me away with his playstyle. Every time I watch him, the man pulls out something insane.
Yeah, it's very telling to say that we're still surprised by what these players can do, even though we know what they're capable of. Year after year, we just see them putting in excellent performances. Like, South Korea have mixed up their roster a lot over the previous years. Sometimes they've had their full power, sometimes they haven't. China have had the same roster of 7 players, obviously one person missing out depending on the year, since 2016. Only 7 people have played on the China CWC team. That is a real kind of shout out to their consistency, the massive level of their kind of ability, their skill. It's just so unbelievably talented, some of these people. And like, they've been through hell already once today. China, in this case, 2 days in a row now. Obviously, they participated in the losers bracket final yesterday. And to win, they've got to do it all over again. It wasn't even like a quick match that took half an hour and then they're like, right, refocus. We haven't lost too much energy. We can carry on. 13 games are the order of the day to decide this one. Best of 13, first to 7 wins. And we saw, 11 of those games maximum decided in the previous match. So definitely lots of hard work being put in. So it looks like we are going to have 2 more warm-ups, one from each side. Be interesting to see if they use this warm-up as an attempt to practice areas that they felt weak in the previous round, or whether they just use it to try and maintain momentum if they were performing well, if they just have a bit of fun to try and settle the nerves and forget that they're in a World Cup final. We'll find out in just a second. The players are ready. We, the commentators, are ready. I hope everyone watching from home in the Twitch chat is ready also. If this is anything like our previous match, or anything like the previous matches in this tournament as a whole, it's gonna be a blast. One of these 2 teams will claim the World Cup for their 4th time in their history. Do you support China? Do you support South Korea? Let us know in the chat. We are eagerly awaiting the dueling chants. SK Hype and China Hype. Some interesting mod selections coming out of this one. Both of these teams seem to be taking extremely seriously. HyperW7, Motion, and Kagamine and Dusk even, so 4 Hard Rocks are chosen. Rockma playing with Hidden, Kagamine also adding Hidden as well. Absolutely no rest for these 2 teams. Nagi just playing with no mod. This is an approach rate of 9 in its normal form. Hard Rock is obviously adapting everything to approach rate 10.
Motion still holding on to a double S with Hard Rock on this map.
Nope, your Cursonating is back on form. He misses as soon as you say that.
Sorry, Motion. Don't hate me, at least it wasn't in the actual map.
I would say that, yeah, at least it wasn't in the actual match, but you know full well there's going to be plenty of that going on later as well. Balancing some of these streams, especially with Hard Rock, is pretty much impossible. You have to wiggle that whole section.
Yeah, as we've seen Motion excellently doing before our client decides to take a small break on us.
Whilst Motion may have dropped with Hard Rock, Rockma is still holding on to that FC with just a singular droplet miss with Hidden as he hits 900 combo now.
And it looks like your personating is on point as well, JBH.
Good to know that I'm not being left behind. Seems like Motion has dropped out. Or are we just waiting? He's reconnected to the lobby, but has dropped out of the game, perhaps? We did see Kalyanet drop out of the game in the warm-up in the previous match, but thankfully it didn't have any negative consequences in the match proper. So if this is the same, hopefully it too does not have a negative effect on the match.
Oh, Rockma failing at the end there.
We cursed him so hard that he just completely failed. It wasn't even a miss cursonate, it was just an outright fail.
And I think I cursed Motion so hard that he dropped out of the match entirely.
You're claiming credit for that one, huh?
I'm claiming credit for that one. That's just how powerful my curses are. I warmed them up to a point where they actually cause players to want to leave the map.
Oh my goodness, is this Cherno's Perfect Math class, the Tag 4 difficulty? I'm looking at that beatmap ID and it looks suspiciously low.
I think it is. I actually think it is, JBH.
Although it's still showing the Leaf warm-up, so maybe the client doesn't like this particularly. They might have to swap it, or we might try and get it reloaded. Dave asking if we can include more Tag 4 maps in the map pool next year. Say yes, please. Now, they're the map selectors, so they can put whatever they want in. Lots of backers in the chat. Good to see. We're taking a little break to refresh the laser client. Hopefully we can get this map loaded in. Tag 4 maps are clearly too powerful for our poor laser client. We'll get back to you as soon as humanly possible. The crowd wants backer. Well, we want it too, but our client maybe does not. We're gonna try and convince it of it's the error of its ways. And get our players and our lobby loaded back up for you as soon as humanly possible. In the meantime, please enjoy some banging featured artist tunes.
Perhaps
There
it's
we
going to be working. Just had to slap the client on the wrist really quick. Bad client. Give the people what they want.
Looks like our ref is going to be getting everything underway for our second of 2 warm-ups right about now. So if you've never seen catch before, this is 100% an accurate representation of what a normal catch map looks like, I can assure you.
Dust going in with a flashlight, though. Woo!
That is a bold move. But if anyone can take on that challenge, it's this guy. And now you'll see why people love Tag 4 maps in Catch so much. Stuff that seems ridiculously snapped in OS is just the right distance, it's the right spacing for Catch. It's so beautiful. Who doesn't love cross-screen jumps? Who doesn't love insane slider velocities?
Fun for the whole family.
Yeah, tell your friends. Oh, we were complaining that we didn't have enough Toho in the map pool earlier on, so this is our token Toho map, I guess.
And the previous one, Calamity Fortune.
Yes. We're getting a double helping.
And with the second warm-up over halfway done, get your roll predictions back in the chat. Last time South Korea won the roll. See what happens this go around.
Once again, I'm not going to predict because I'm always horribly wrong.
And seeing as how I snapped my winning streak on roll predictions, I am not sure who I want to say.
Well, in the previous match, I think we had Dusk rolling, what was it, a 3? And then Motion rolling a 98?
Dusk rolled a 3 in the Chile match. This matchup, he rolled a 25.
Okay. Still not quite good enough to beat 98 from Korea, though. And he had one of the Chilean captain had 92 in their match, the losers bracket final. So China want to catch a bit of a break with the rolls. Even when Rockma can only roll at 27, Dusk still can't catch a break, and he rolls at 12. His rolls have not been on point this grand final, unfortunately. This time, Rockma wants to pick first and ban second. So the opposite of what we saw in the previous match.
The RNG gods do not favor Dusk so far.
So in the previous match, China banned Amphisbina because they failed on it in their match against Chile, and they're going to do the same thing again. Unchanged strategy, not wanting to play that map, taking it straight off the board. South Korea banned Croatian Rhapsody, and they're going to do the same thing again. So exactly the same bans as in the previous match. Double time taken off the table from South Korea. China have just opened and pretty much carried with double time all throughout the tournament. At any opportunity, they've picked out the double time pool as quickly as humanly possible. China just decided Amphisbina is not something we want to deal with, so we're going to remove that one once again.
If it's not broken, don't fix it.
Well, China won, so I guess it wasn't broken from their perspective. South Korea needs to do something a little bit different if they want to come out on top, though.
JBH, that is...
Is
That
this
is all
Rockma
you.
picking Nakakapagpabagabag? It actually is!
It is.
So we're seeing this for the very first time at the last opportunity, the last match of the Grand Finals pool. It was banned by China in the previous match, but this time South Korea are going to first pick it. A wise decision, perhaps. We will pick the map that is not picked. Seems like a fairly sensible argument from Rockma. China didn't want to play this last time around, so South Korea are going to say, well, okay, we're going to make you pick it. waiting for a third player from South Korea to jump in.
Or if all else fails on the side of South Korea, at least Rockma can walk away knowing that he made a lot of people happy with this pick.
I can't tell if people are hyping up my pronunciation or ridiculing it.
Well, if anything, JBH, I would like to, if they are ridiculing it, I would like to see them pronounce it a lot better.
Yeah, get on the stream, boys and girls. Okay, we're waiting for a player from China now. QWHJ has jumped in for South Korea, but China's still missing their third player.
China probably discussing on who they want to be the third player on this pick. Sorry, Dusk, your rolls are still pretty low.
Here we go. Match number 2 begins in earnest. Game number 1. China versus South Korea. All the marbles on the table. The greatest of stakes. The 2019 World Cup is on the line.
Shouldn't it be fruit on the table instead of marbles?
If you prefer, sure.
Rockma's gonna be the first one to drop, followed by Dusk. Ooh, Callie and Net gonna find a miss as well. That is gonna give advantage to South Korea.
A double miss traded by Rockma and Kalyanet there. QHWAJ goes down as well. Nagi and Motion both still holding on to those combos. Hitting 350 now. Nagi still holding on that double S. Dusk is back up at 200 combo. The lead is going to shrink with those two 200 combos, but Nagi drops. QWHJ trades. Motion, the only full combo remaining now. QWHJ misses again. The lead is shrinking very rapidly as Kalyanet approaches 200. Nagi still has a way to go, but it's swung in China's favor, and it's going to keep doing that as QWHJ misses once again.
Rockma's going to miss as well, traded by Kalyanet. We see Nagi catching back up to that 200 combo mark. Rockma gonna be dropping. That is not what you need if you're rooting for South Korea. Kalyanet's gonna find another drop.
Yeah, Kalyanet falling right before 200 combo. Dusk, 700 combo now. Nagi at 450. Motion still has the FC, but QWHJ is not able to keep up. Rockma has struggled as well. QWHJ has failed there.
fails.
Even without the failure, I think China had that one, but goodness gracious. This is not a good start for South Korea.
Can we talk about that performance by
not
Motion,
a good
though?
start.
Full combo
FC
coming
from
in
Motion,
from
great performance, but it is a team game, and you cannot win with just one player. Dusk with the 1 miss, Nagi with 3, Kalyanet with 7, Great team consistency from China. An opening break point once again, and China are going to stick with Hard Rock, picking Shindigs. Zzz.
Now, hopefully, we can actually see the entire map being played out this go round, as our client wanted to fall asleep to this nice, soothing, peaceful song last time.
So we're sticking with Hard Rock, but this is obviously a vastly different offering to the previous pick. Circle size of 7.
Yesterday and today weren't
We
as
gotta be
far
really
apart
quiet
as I
because
thought.
not only is this song making me
Was I
really sleepy,
thinking
but
I
we
should
don't
have
want to
known
spook
that
the
your
client
heart is as
into
big
acting
as
up.
my queen size bed? My bad. I guess I'll take this time to make some
When we saw this
time.
earlier
It's not
in
like
the
I
day,
had
picked by
enough.
China once again, we saw a 1 miss from Dusk, but he was beaten out score-wise by Kagamine Rin with 1,051,000. QWHJ able to match him with a 1 million score, but the rest of South Korea not quite able to keep up. They are going to run with the exact same teams as they did in that match. Dusk, Sakurano, and Kagamine for China. R18, Motion, and QWHJ on the side of South Korea. China won this one by 130,000 points, so they could look for a comfortable 2-0 lead if they can claim victory on this.
And barring me jinxing it, but it does look like our client will allow this map to be played this time. Well, JBH, you wanted to talk about the map last time, but unfortunately we're not given the chance, so here's your chance to talk about it.
Yeah, what an interesting map it is.
You
Converted
slept with
boss
your feet
difficulty.
on the
A
wrong
lot of these
side
slider
of
velocities
the
are really
bed.
low, so it can be tempting to try and stack a lot of the repeat sliders.
Yesterday
But
and
because the fruit is
today
so
weren't
tiny,
as
it's still
far
more
apart
safe
as I
to wiggle
thought.
even the lowest of slider velocity patterns.
What was I thinking? I should have known that your heart is as big as my queen size bed. My bad.
QWHJ missing right before hitting 200 combo there. Very unfortunate. Motion hits 200 combo the first time on South Korea. Sakurano Kurimu is at that stage as Kagamine Rin makes it there as well. Currently a 60,000 point lead for China. South Korea have some catching up to do. China still have the combo advantage, so the score is going to be increasing further. Now up at about 80,000 as Motion misses right on that buzz slider. 1/3 of the map still to go, and he's got a long way to go to get his combo back up.
As he drops again, Sakurano is gonna drop, but
Triple miss on the
Kagamine
side of South Korea though.
Rin and Dusk holding strong on the side of China, as Sakurano finds yet another miss.
Looking like this one's going to be an even more confident victory for China this time around than it was in the previous match. China taking a hugely strong start. Going to be winning this one by almost 400,000 points, the greatest margin of victory I think we've seen in any match in maybe even like this World Cup that doesn't involve a failure. Jeez. 385,000, I
Rin.
think, the difference.
A 1 miss on a map with that circle size. A 1 miss.
It was a really impressive performance from Kagamine. Definitely showing that China is not just the Dusk show. All of their players can step up when it matters. Unfortunately, QWHJ really struggling to maintain a combo for a consistent length of time on that one, proving a large difference maker between the two teams, only hitting 700
And as of right now, it would appear that history is repeating itself.
Very recent history is repeating itself, yes. Past finals between South Korea and China have almost always ended up with China being on the receiving end of a fairly brutal punishment. But so far, China look unfazed, and South Korea are on the ropes. Yes, they've secured their first game point, but it was very unconvincing. China have already secured a break. China will pick next.
I could see a double time pick coming from China here.
Yeah, they have almost always opened with double time, but they chose not to this time. They feel obviously very confident on ZZZ. Will they return to double time now? Or are they planning to save that for if they need to make a comeback later in the match? Lots of deliberation obviously going on between the team here. We're not seeing any of their discussion. They must be working out who's going to be playing the next map, who needs a rest. They've got to be thinking not just one game ahead, but what their opponent's next pick is going to be, what the comeback bans are going to be. They need to be working out their pick and ban strategy for the whole match. Lots of deep strategy surely going on right here. I think you're right, China really should be picking double time now. South Korea are almost guaranteed to ban more double time if China secure a third point. So China are at most going to get to play 2 double time picks. Just saying, can we trade? Can we use more time now and less time on the next pick? I don't think it quite works like that, but props to him for trying.
Creative strategy there. Ooh! Scarlet Rose.
So China staying away from double time for another pick. This was roughly appearing at the halfway point in the previous match. Dusk with 4 misses coming out is the MVP with 1,044,000 points. China eventually winning by a total of 168,000. A classic OS song. Not the Val map that many people will be familiar with, but arguably even more difficult PKK offering. Something that just ramps up ridiculously in difficulty the longer the map goes on. Leaves almost no time for let-ups once you reach the halfway point. We're going to be getting right into it. Game number 4 of the grand final between China and South Korea. China currently with a 2-1 lead and on their own pick. They have a breakpoint advantage. South Korea will need a breakpoint of their own to level the scores. China want to try and keep winning their own picks to keep Korea at arm's length.
Rhea, the only one opting to go with that hidden modifier in Scorpy 2. Hidden does not give you any bonus points. It is merely player's preference as we see Crystal, Kagamine Rin in motion dropping early on.
Yeah, all going down at about 50 combo. Maybe just struggling a little bit to adapt to the increased approach rate at smaller circle size. Kagamine drops a second time. That gives South Korea a fairly handy lead. Everyone else hitting 200 combo without significant difficulty. It's going to be a little while before Kagamine can build back up to 200. But this is quite a long, very dense, very quick map. So there is plenty of opportunity for players to get back to that combo and secure a great score.
Kagamine catching back up to that 200 combo as QWHJ is going to drop. That's going to give slight advantage to China as they start climbing back.
Kagamine drops at 350 as Q2HJ is just about to hit 200.
Crystal is
top
gonna drop.
Dusk still holding on to the double S along with Berea as they approach 700. Now Berea drops. Dusk is the sole full combo left. He has to do all the work now to bring his team back into this fight. The score difference is just under 50,000 at the break. They can see Dusk knows he is the only player left with the full combo. He knows he is the carry for his team. But who's going to go with him? He can't do it alone. A double miss from China.
One of those misses was traded out by QWHJ though.
But South Korea have an even larger advantage now. Crystal going to drop again. Is leaving too much for Dusk to do on his own. One half of the map still to play, but South Korea are building a huge lead here. Getting close to 100,000. Once again, they still see that full combo, that double S from Dusk, but Motion is right behind on almost 900 combo of his own. GWHJ and Kagamine both hitting 200 combo as we speak. Crystal is yet to reach the mark, so South Korea is still just about eking out the score difference. Kagamine drops is going to continue increasing. Berea trades it back, but the score difference is huge at this point. South Korea have a huge safety net, a good cushion in which to relax. They can afford to miss a few times and not panic.
QWHJ is going to drop as we see Berea catching back up to that 200 combo mark. Dusk is going to lose his full combo.
Once
No
again,
more
the pressure
full
of
combo.
carrying China is a bit too much for Dusk to bear. He just falls short at about 1300 combo, but Motion is still going. 1400 combo, he's about to reach, but he misses. But it's a triple miss from China. Everyone's down. Only a fail can decide it now. There's 2 more misses from China. Berea goes down also. The score difference is too huge to offset. Kagamine and Crystal both missing. Dusk is back at 200 combo, but it's not going to matter. Kagamine drops dangerously low, but hopefully he can carry it on. It needs to be a fail from one of the South Korean
Berea
players.
dropping dangerously low too.
South Korea are not out and beaten yet, boys and girls. That is a break point for South Korea, tying the score up at 2 apiece. China, a little bit overconfident, thinking they can get the hard rock picks where they got secured easy points in the previous match out of the way early, saved their double time for the end. It's backfired a little bit. South Korea definitely improving compared to their first match performance, 2 apiece.
And Kagamine Ren, despite having their name named after a Vocaloid, not doing so hot on this Vocaloid map, finding the most misses out of anyone.
17 misses and 400 combo on this map with Hard Rock is still really impressive. I won't say that he cost China the match. The score difference was too huge, and his performance was not noticeably worse than anyone else, really. Consistency was just the order of the day there. South Korea made a massive improvement compared to their first match. China maybe overconfident, maybe just a little bit under pressure, but they have lost their first pick, and it's going to be 2 apiece. South Korea taking the break point. South Korea will pick next. Whichever team loses this next pick has the benefit of a comeback ban.
South Korea also taking their time with this pick, not wanting to suffer the same fate as last time, and being the team to have to choose that comeback ban first.
Still waiting for South Korea's next pick. They were chastising China for taking too long to pick their previous selection, but they are not immune to overanalyzing the situation. They're going to be taking a little while to pick their third selection for game number 5 also. So we're going to be heading back to Code Crimson for our next pick, game number 5.
In last matchup, South Korea picked this and lost due to a fail at the
Yeah, there were
end.
3 fails. One from Crystal on the side of China, who had the highest combo of anyone in the map. And Hyper W7 and Rockma both failed at the end for South Korea. Without those fails, it would have been exceedingly close. It would probably have been a South Korean victory. So clearly they are feeling that if they can not fail, this point is theirs.
Are there any predictions from Rockma this time around? Or is
He
he
predicted
just had
5 people would fail last time, and only 3 actually succumbed.
And there we see Crystal. I know where you fail. Round 2. Nagi and Motion gonna be trading misses right off the bat, followed by Rockma. Nagi gonna be dropping again. That's gonna give slight advantage on the side of South Korea here. But Hyper W is gonna drop. Crystal still holding on to that double F, followed by Dusk with a full combo. No full combos on the side of South Korea, however. We see Nagi catching back up to that 200-point combo. Nagi is going to drop down to failing though, and he's not recovering. He's going to miss a huge amount of points there. But Motion and Hyper W going to drop and trade it out. Nagi cannot get on his feet. He is dropping everything right now.
Well, it's helpful that Dusk and Crystal are both holding double S's because they've been able to build up a safe buffer to allow Nagi not to worry about his difficulties here. Motion and Hyper W7 are up 200 combo. Rockma still has a little way to go. China have a 70,000 point advantage here. Nagi's back up at 200 combo. Coming towards the end of the map again, will we see another failure or 3? Hyper W7 sees a drop. Motion drops dangerously low as well.
Rockma.
It's a triple miss from South Korea. China have a huge advantage right now.
Oh! Dusk and
What
Nagi fail at the
again?
end!
Nagi and Dusk
Nagi
this
fail at
time.
the end! South Korea are gonna steal this point!
It went exactly in reverse this time. Dusk and Nagi too rapid on that final hyper chain, missing the first timing, which meant they missed pretty much everything after that. Huge density there, large HP drain, instant fail out, double fail from China, victory for South Korea. Even though China were leading for the entire pick, South Korea come out on top by virtue of knowing that they didn't have to FC the ending as long as they passed. China were too greedy in going for those maximum combos. South Korea played it safe and just focused on passing, giving them the point.
Crystal saying not like this. Oh, you hate to see it happen. You hate to see it happen. A double fail from China. Last time we've seen the double fail on the side of South Korea was on the flip side now. And China are the ones having to get the comeback ban first this go around. Dusk saying they want none of that low AR hidden. Go ahead and ban Aurora too. So our low AR hidden pick is out of here.
Yeah, the AR7 CS5 hidden pick Aurora 2 taken off the table by China with their comeback ban. Was this one of the first picks? Trying to look back through the match history.
This was one of the picks later on in the map.
Oh, it came right after Scarlet Rose, yeah. Yeah, South Korea had a 48,000 point victory on that one. So, sensible comeback ban from China. Shisana Koinouta Synth Rock cover is going to be our next pick though. This one coming from China. They were victorious on this one by 45,000 points, one of the narrowest margins of victory in the previous match. Nagi had 909,000 points, but Motion was the MVP, 952,000 points for him. Just China overall had slightly more consistent performances, all of their players getting within touching distance of 900,000 that gave them the win. So away we go. Game number 6 then. South Korea find themselves in the lead 3-2 after that last gasp victory on Code Crimson. China are on their own pick though. They'll be feeling confident with this one hopefully. Looking to secure a 3rd point to keep the scores level as Rockma and Nagi trade misses in the opening exchange.
Hyper W.
W7 right behind though. Nagi and Hyper W7 would back up at 200 combos shortly as Motion seems to drop. Rockmo went down as well, so that was a 2-for-1 trade. Hyper W7 down, no combos left on the side of South Korea. Nagi with 300, Dusk still double S-ing with 450. Crystal's going to miss, but it's not going to make too much of a difference, considering that no one on South Korea's side has the combo to take advantage. And another triple miss from South Korea.
Dusk is going to drop his full combo though. No more full combos left on the board.
Even though there's a double miss from China, Nagi's combo is still going to help China eke out an advantage as Rockma misses once again.
Crystal is going to trade that drop though. Nagi is going to drop.
That was such a brutal pattern. Had to hold dash so much longer than you feel you need to on that slider velocity section. Dusk is up at 200 combo. South Korea now have the combo advantage, but China have built up a handy lead.
Motion is going to drop though as we see Rockma catching up to that 200 combo mark.
Nagi and Dusk have both dropped though. There's no combos left on the side of China. That score difference is being rapidly eroded now with Rockma and Hyper W7's combos.
But Hyper W is going to drop in that intense section right there.
It's only about 20,000 points the difference as we come into the last third of the map. Crystal's going to see a few drops, but Nagi and Dusk are both at 200. Hyper W7 still catching up. Nagi goes down, but traded with Hyper W7 as well. The gap is still decreasing. Only about 10,000 points the lead now.
Motion and Rockma though.
No combos left on the side of South Korea, and it's that man again, Dusk at 400 leading the way. Crystal's going to drop with about 1/4 of the map still to go. 30,000 points the advantage for China. Can they hold on? They've built themselves a safety net. How far can they go?
Motion is going to drop, traded by Crystal. That is going to keep China in this a little bit longer.
Score is so delicately balanced, 20,000 the difference. Motion equaling combo with Crystal. There's a double miss from China though. Rockman's miss a little bit earlier is going to bring these scores exceptionally close.
Double miss from Korea!
It's Hyper W7 versus Dusk.
Motion's gonna drop again.
Motion really struggling there. He's going to give China a lead back. They're building once again. It's at 20,000 once again. This still could go either way. Motion missing on that final 1/4 dash is not going to make a difference. China, after a very back and forth, topsy-turvy game, claim their third point. 3 games each between these two teams. That means South Korea now get another ban. Very delicately balanced throughout. Great performance by all players. This one looking like it's going to be equal to, if not greater than, the drama of the previous match.
And who else but the man, the myth, the legend, Dusk, holding it through at the end for China.
Yeah, almost approaching 1,000 combo there. Ridiculous performance by him. As you said, we expect it, but to see it like live in person is... Yeah, Dave's saying, I'm having a great time watching you guys play, not gonna lie. Well, that's good, because we most definitely are as well. Rockma's wasting no time in taking I Know Where You Sleep, hidden 1 off the table with South Korea's comeback ban. It was first picked by China in the previous match, and South Korea saying, well, we don't want you to have another chance to do that one. Both teams opting to ban hidden in this one. South Korea having taken I Know Where You Sleep off the table, China removing Aurora 2 with their comeback bans.
Well, thank goodness that no players are going to know where I sleep this time around. I won't have to be checking my closets at night.
So South Korea have banned I Know Where You Sleep, and they have the privilege of the next pick also. There's 2 maps available in both the No-Mod and Hidden Pools, 1 Hard Rock, and 3 Double Time. So as before in the previous match, plenty of variety still on offer. Whilst we wait for their next pick, let's have a quick recap of what we saw in the previous match. I Know Where You Sleep has been banned. China have not picked Double Time yet, and I have to imagine that South Korea will not pick it either. They're expecting China to pick it for them. Code Crimson has been taken off the table because it was picked. The Shindig map has been picked. Breakover has been picked, Scarlet Rose is down, Aurora 2 has been banned. We have Made in Love, which was a fairly convincing victory for China. South Korea don't want anything to do that. So they're going to pick the last unselected difficulty outside of Brionac. The only one that's not been picked or banned thus far, Zex Calling, the Winbers special extra. If I recall correctly, this is the CS2 map set. Or is it CS3? It's got large fruits, I just remember that much. Circle size 2.4. So this is one of the only 2 maps, apart from the tiebreaker, that we have not yet seen. Looks like China are swapping out nearly their whole roster right now. South Korea going to be taking QWHJ in Motion and Hyper W7 with them on this little adventure.
Just waiting on that last player to come in for China. We see Crystal and Dusk still staying in. And unfortunately, Dusk will not be able to redeem himself on Rolling Still as he gets another 23. He is just...
Well, this mostly for time passing at this point whilst we wait for the third Chinese player. There is nothing else to be gained by further rolling.
There is something. There is something. Confidence. Motivation.
Well, if you're drawing confidence purely from your apparent skill at rolling random numbers, then maybe you're kind of clutching at straws a little bit. But hey, whatever works for you.
We see Calumet coming in for China.
China finally managing to fill their roster with 3 players, thankfully. Just waiting for everyone to ready up so that our game number 7 can begin.
Everyone loads in. Let's see if the change-up pick by South Korea will pull off in their favor.
Here we see those bigly fruits we were talking about. Does not mean that this is an easy selection by any means, though. Some huge snapping on offer. That said, everyone navigated to 200 combo without too much difficulty. And that's where the
Calumet is
difficulty
going to be
comes
the
from.
first to drop. Crystal follows shortly behind.
Some of the wiggling required for these patterns is ludicrously precise.
And Dusk is going to drop, followed by QWHJ, Hybrid W, Calumet, and Crystal. Motion, the only one with a full combo left in the game.
He's making this look easy with that 550 combo. He finally does drop, however, but it's traded by Calumet and Dusk on the side of China. Crystal has a reasonably good combo, as does Hyper W7. They're both about to hit 200 combo. South Korea have built up a huge lead right now, though.
Calumet does QWHJ, gonna be dropping though, followed shortly behind by Crystal. Hyper W still holding on, 300 combo so far, followed by Motion hitting that 200 combo mark.
The problem here for China is that they're 200,000 points down. They need to see a huge number of misses or an actual fail from South Korea to get back into this one. The ending is so difficult for them to kind of maintain any sort of combo through. Crystal's doing a brilliant job of doing that though, but we're not sure. Nah, he's not going to be able to do that on his own. Convincing victory for South Korea in the end.
Calumet. Ooh, that is a big number of misses.
Finally, China have decided that it's time to dip into the double time bracket. They're going to be going back to their first pick from the previous match. This time is Shukusai no Elementalia. This one was only a victory of 43,000 points for them. A 1 miss for Dusk and a 2 miss for Motion highlighted the fortunes of both teams. South Korea just falling shy on their combo counts, especially towards the middle, kind of 1/3 of the map. Everyone managed to do pretty well on the speed up section towards the end, but by then it was a little bit too late. China had the advantage. Once again, China are re-swapping almost their entire roster. Dusk still sitting in, waiting for his teammates. Crystal joins. Will Kalyanet be the third? He was their third player in the previous match. Motion, Rockma, and Berea, the same three, square up on side of South Korea. And it will be Kalyanet dropping into that third slot for China. The exact same two rosters of 6 players going to be duking this one out as started the previous match with China's first pick. Well, I tell a lie actually. I remember the first 2 games of the previous match were break points. So this one was actually a 40,000 point victory for South Korea. So China must be feeling like their previous performance was a little bit under the weather, a little bit off the boil, and that they can do better again this time. Or maybe that South Korea cannot repeat their performance from the previous match.
Well, let's just see if China will feel more in their elementalia with this pick.
There's always one. Everyone seeming to navigate the opening exchanges pretty well, including those tap-walked vertical slider patterns, which is pretty challenging at 225 BPM.
Kalyanet, first one to drop.
Yeah, very unfortunate to drop at 200 combo as well. That is not going to be good for his score. South Korea get a sizable advantage off the back of that one. Quickly build combo back up with how dense and quick this pick is. Rockma going to see a couple drops there though. Motion and Crystal trade. This is going to bring the scores very much back together. Berea, the third drop from South Korea. Dusk still SSing, but then a triple miss from China.
Oh my!
Motion and Rockma building those combos back up. Rockma has hit 200 combo nicely. Kalyanet going to be dropping again for China. South Korea have the advantage again. Crystal trades with Berea. Dusk is back up at 200 combo, but he's all on his own. South Korea building a huge advantage now with only 1/3 of the map still to go. As Rockma and Motion approach 400 combo, Crystal's going to see another drop. Kalyanet and Berea still not back up at 200 combo just yet. We're about to come into the speed up section now.
Kalyanet dropping right before that break. Meanwhile, Motion and Rockma going strong on this. Rockma's going to drop at the end.
That's a fail from Kalyanet.
Failed.
It wouldn't have mattered. South Korea had the distinct advantage in that one already, but that is a fail from Kalyanet. South Korea putting in a much stronger performance this time around than in the previous match. China a little bit off the boil. Dusk with the one miss, fantastic as always, but Kalyanet the fail. Just as a team, China just not quite able to keep up, and now South Korea feel confident enough in double time to pick the last remaining unselected map in the pool. Rockma's own Ryanak by Project Grimoire.
And correction on that failure there. We're getting word that it was not a fail. The client only showed it.
So he revived
and
in time. I think that it doesn't change the fact that it is a victory
It does
victory for South Korea though. So South Korea for the first time take a 2-game lead. They're at 5-3 now, and it's their own pick. Victory here puts them to 4 match points. Can China stay in touch? All it takes is a break point here. They're obviously a very good double time team in their own right. And then something a little bit more comfortable for their next pick, and they're back at 5-all.
in South Korea, despite facing a bracket reset, so far is proving that did not affect their mentality at all and going strong here in this second matchup.
Yeah, they've looked a lot stronger this time around. It was a bit of a shaky initial opening exchange with China taking those first 2 games. China are looking like their stamina is not drained, but they are just starting to fade ever so slightly. Yeah, this match has been going on for over 3 hours now, so these players must be getting exhausted with the level of difficulty these picks put out.
A slugfest going on.
The fact that they've made it this far and are still performing this well is honestly remarkable in its own right. But the show must go on.
Now the question is, will Rockma full combo his own map? Or will he pull a chicken Bible and get a 14?
A fairly calm opening section to this one allows everyone to build up to 200 combo without too much difficulty. Kalyanet going to be the first to drop a huge number of misses there, though, as Dusk drops as well. Everyone on the side of South Korea managing to hit that 200 combo mark. We did see a very, very early miss from Motion, but there's a miss from Rockma, several misses from Kagamine, and Kalyanet goes down as well. QWHJ drops along with Rockma. Kalyanet, the only 200 combo on the side of China. Motion able to hit 400 combo. Motion with 500 combo nearly now. He is making this look trivial. Everyone is falling like flies around him.
Kalyanet is holding on though with a 400 combo.
Kalyanet sees the end of that combo. Dusk up at 350 now. Kagamine almost about to hit 200 combo, but totally misreads that little kick slider section. Rockma at 300, QWHJ at 300, Motion at 760 combo now. Is a huge 250,000 point advantage for South Korea at this stage, coming into the closing stages of the map. There's not going to be a fail on this one, I don't see. Motion is going to FC a 10.5 approach rate double time overdose in a World Cup. It's a 1 miss. He had a 1 miss right at the very beginning. I'm sorry, but even with the 1 miss at the very start, that is a ridiculous performance from Motion. Unbelievable skill. South Korea takes it to match point 6-3. Dusk wastes no time in going to Made in Love by Chroma, a pick that they won reasonably consistently. This is not the correct pick. We're going to get that sorted out as soon as possible. That is a huge performance from Motion. Yeah, we are waiting for Chroma Eye's card to... Not Chroma Eye. Made in Love by Chroma, difficulty name I, I'm getting 2 different maps confused there, to appear on the client. China are up against it now. They've got to win 4 games in a row, including a tiebreaker, if they want to claim their 4th Catch World Cup championship. South Korea just 1 game away. They have 3 chances before it goes to a tiebreaker. One of them is their own pick. Still in good spirits, it seems, China. Crystal saying, nope, don't worry, I'm just going to try harder. You cannot give up until the very end.
It's not over until it's over. China
should at least be feeling fairly comfortable with this one as we wait for the client, just to be refreshed very slightly so that map card displays correctly and the right map is loaded. We wouldn't want to be bringing you the wrong map that decides the World Cup Grand Final. That would be a bit embarrassing. China managed to take victory on this one by 240,000 points in the previous match. Crystal with the one miss, 990,000 in that one. Definitely the difference maker between the two teams. The only player to get anywhere remotely close to 900k. If it was, if he didn't perform quite so well, it could have been a bit closer. But China still overall looked much more consistent on this pick than South Korea did. So if there's anything that they can use to settle the nerves, it must be this one. But have they left it too late? Should they have picked double time sooner?
Well, JBH, hindsight is always 20/20.
It is indeed. But unfortunately, if you make the mistake here and you rely on hindsight to say we should have done this, you got to wait a whole nother year before you can come back and try again. Who's going to be claiming the grandest prize? South Korea need one more game win. China have it all to do, but they have to back themselves to be able to reach this scoreline. They have to back themselves to reach a tiebreaker here. They have no other option. Best of luck to both teams. If you're a China fan and you don't want to see them lose this grand final, you need to get supporting them right now.
And knowing China, having them come back is not impossible.
A very relaxing start belies an almost brutally difficult, snappy ending that our players are going to have to contest with. Does the calm start settle the nerves, or does it make you just more nervous? Just get on with it already. I want the difficult part to come in.
And we
No
have
early misses that we saw in the previous match. Some people just over dashing on those little kick sliders, but no such mistakes this time around. Players have learned from their mistakes. South Korea looking like they came out on top slightly with the spin. A lead of just 1,000 points thus far. We're just waiting to see the first blink as everyone hits 200 combo. Kalyanet is the first to drop several times on that stream. Hyper W7 trades and Rockma as well. China going to take the advantage, but there's a triple miss.
China, motion holding on.
Only motion holding on. All 5 other players dropping back down to 0 combo. We're halfway through the map already. If motion can keep this up through the kind of calmer section, he is going to put this well out of China's reach. What the heck? He did not just hit that. Motion, you are a legend. How did he hit that combo? He's done just enough. Very sad to miss immediately afterwards, but those are some ridiculous snaps. I think this one is well out of China's reach right now.
China has to look for a failure or something from Korea.
I don't think it's going to happen. There's just one beefy combo pattern towards the end. If everyone can hold on. It's just a long spinner and then a dense wiggling pattern, but only Kalyanet drops, but it is not to be.
And
South
that
Korea
won't
take
do
their
it.
7th point. Their match point is secured. They break China once again, and even though China came through a bracket reset to force this to a second match, South Korea are your 2019 Oscatch World Cup champions. They are the fourth victory for South Korea since the tournament's inception, and they once again regain their throne. China settle for a very hard-fought and well-deserved second place once again. Unfortunately, their losing streak to South Korea in World Cup finals must continue for another year. But this was all about South Korea returning to the top step of the pedestal, returning to glory, and once again becoming crowned the catch champions. Excellent performance by them. Commiserations to China, but a great performance nonetheless. And also congratulations to our third placed finalists, Chile, who were defeated yesterday.
The repeat dream is denied.
So I think that continues the trend that no team, apart from South Korea, has now defended their World Cup. South Korea did it in 2014 and 15, but then it's alternated between China and South Korea in the intervening years since. And unfortunately, China could not do the same. They have to settle for second place once again, but fantastic performance by both China and Korea. I think we're going to try and get a tiebreaker showcase played once we just review the bracket quickly. We'll update you on that if that is the case. So, yeah, China settled for second. South Korea, once again, for the fourth time, are your Oscatch World Cup winners. Chile, a very impressive run through the tournament to take third place for the second year in a row. And a surprise fourth place victor is Mexico, after previously never making it past the quarterfinal stage. Outstanding performance by them, possibly the kind of upsets, the highest performance or the highest surprise team of the tournament. So excellent, very well done to them also. Thank you so much, all the teams though. They've participated so well and entertained us so much for so long. We are just setting up the tiebreaker showcase, and then we will get right back into the lobby so you can see our tiebreaker, which sadly was not to be played, but it does give our remaining players a last kind of moment in the spotlight that they so richly deserve for giving us so much enjoyment, so much appreciation over the last 6 weeks. It's going to be Camelia's Gigadelic The Terror remix, mapped by Minato Yukina, the fitting final showdown for this Catch World Cup.
Man, the points for each team was almost an exact opposite. Before the
7-4
bracket,
to 7-3, yeah.
before the bracket reset, we've seen China just going off on a rampage there at the end. And now here in the second matchup, we see that on Korea.
So we're just waiting to decide whether it's going to be 3v3 or whether they're going to restart and bring in a fourth player slot. Does look like we're going to be getting underway with the 3v3. In just a second. But what a World Cup it's been. Some teams coming out of nowhere to claim their best performances in years. Some teams reliving their glory days and making runs back through the tournament that they haven't seen in ages. Some surprise knockouts, some massive upsets, some brand new teams appearing on stage for the first ever time. I agree to our referee, Dave. Thank you all so much for the awesome World Cup, making it brilliant as always. And thank you to everyone in the Twitch chat as well for commentating, commenting, for providing us with cool stats on the songs, on the players. You've made it so much more enjoyable for everyone. And I do hope you have enjoyed the stream and the tournament as a whole. So this one is a special treat just for you all.
Oh man, I can't wait to see how the players perform on this.
They have 5 minutes of glory all to themselves, win, lose or draw. This is all for, well, potentially for kind of country pride, but this is a nice little exhibition. As we're well aware, like as we've seen throughout this match, throughout this tournament, definitely some of the greatest players in the game today and some of the greatest players that the game has or maybe even ever will know. So do definitely give them their love, give them their support, show them how much they mean to you. And maybe next year this will be you.
He received a slow build-up to the brutal patterns that this tiebreaker map brings in.
Early misses from Dusk, Kalyanet and QWHJ. Hyper, Motion and Crystal all still holding on to full combo as they approach 500. Everyone now dropping their full combos at the same point, who is still holding on. QWHJ versus Dusk in the battle for the highest combo now. Hyper W7 and Crystal taking a few drops each along with Kalyanet as Motion comes back to 200 combo. Dusk and QWHJ at 400 apiece now. Motion now in charge of the highest combo at 250. Kalyanet sees a drop there as Hyper W7 and QWHJ about to hit 200 combo as we come down into the Karma section before we build back up into another intense breakdown. Crystal and Dusk about to hit 200 also. Kalyanet just trailing a tiny bit further behind. Everyone hitting that double section without too much difficulty as Motion breaks into the 500s. Hyper W7 like he's going to be right behind.
QWHJ with that 99.47 accuracy right now.
Couple drops from Hyper. Kalyanet saw one earlier, but he's back up at 200 combo. Crystal takes a drop. QWHJ at 700 combo now as Dusk just about hits 600. With break time, they can all see how they're performing just for a split second. QWHJ still holding on to that 99% accuracy, but it's Dusk with the 99.3 that is leading the way. At 720 combo, he's still holding on to. How far can he go?
You gotta sit back and think. These players gotta be glad that they aren't having, well, some of them gotta be glad that they aren't having to play this map under the intense pressure and nerves.
Let's be kind of completely honest. They've been playing for 3.5 straight hours on a grand finals
and they're
difficulty
still
map.
doing this.
And they're still able to put in this performance. Dusk over 1,000 combo now. great consistency from everyone else as Kalyanet just misses on that Buzz Slider. Everyone else, so Crystal dropping as well. All of Korea at above 400 combos. HyperW7 start hits 600, but it is the Dusk show right now. He's putting on a show of force, approaching 1200 combos. We come into the final intense section. The build-up getting more and more strong. The Hyper Dash is becoming stronger. The slider velocity increasing. HyperW7, QWHJ, and Crystal drop. Kalyanet holds along with Motion, who's at 650 now. Dusk is still going, 1350 now. How far can he go? Motion, meanwhile, is approaching 800 combo again of his own. Double miss from Kalyanet and Crystal. Dusk hits 1500. He's making this look trivial. Finally, Dusk drops just before that dense Buzz Slider section. Motion is there to take the reins. He's on 1000 combo, but he's going to fail the ending. He totally misses that Hyper Dash into the dense 1/8 stream part and fails despite having probably the highest score in the lobby at that point. But QWHJ with the 1 million points, Dusk with the 1,020,000. Outstanding performance by all the players. Thank you so much to all of them for putting on the absolute banger of a performance that we've just seen. And that extends to all the players, all 180, however many players it was, across the 32 teams. Whether they've been in every World Cup since 2014, like some of these players have, or they've been in their first ever tournament. It has been a pleasure commentating for all of your matches. It's been a pleasure talking to everyone in the Twitch chat, and it's been a pleasure working together with all my fellow commentators. Wouldn't you say, Lux?
Oh, definitely, JBHN. I've been wanting to be able to do something like this for a long time, and just actually be able to get the chance to not only commentate World Cups, but be able to commentate the Grand Finals.
Was it everything you dreamed of?
It honestly means the world to me, and I would not trade it for a single thing.
Oh, he's tearing up, boys and girls. You've made this possible. You've made this man's dream possible. So there we are. There are our winners. South Korea take home the gold medal, the 4th Oscatch Championship in their history. Motion, Rockma, Berea, 224 Hyper W7, R18, and QWHJ 1027, your Oscatch 2019 champions. China rocking up their 2nd place once again, never far away from the top step of the podium. The 5th podium for them in succession. They've always been 1st or 2nd since they really started to dominate the scene. Dusk, Kagamine Rin, Sakurano Kurimu, Crystal, Nagi, and Kalyanet, their saviors. And let's not forget, although they didn't play today, they were very strong and very gracious in their defeat yesterday to China. It is Chile, once again appearing 3rd on the podium, so they're definitely putting in one more strong performance after another. Line QTXZ, Elvnel, Nico, Nachoel, Arisiel, and Lechuguin. Commiserations to everyone who did not make the podium, but there is always next year, and we will be looking forward to obviously next year's World Cup with eager anticipation. They've gotten so much better over the past 12 months, and I have no doubt that once again they will raise the bar and raise the ridiculous level of skill that these players already possess in preparation for 2020's edition. And I know we've already just finished the World Cup, but I honestly cannot wait for that.
I know, I want to see if Mexico breaks into the podium spot next year.
So I think that will just about summarize and recap our World Cup 2019 coverage for this year's Catch kind of championship. And yeah, I don't think we have anything more really to say apart from obviously thank you again ever so much to everybody. Thank you very much to our streamers, Trosk, Juan Cristal, for bringing obviously this brilliant, beautiful laser overlay to us. Thank you to all of our fellow commentators, our referees, map pool selectors, statisticians. The World Cup would not be the brilliant spectacle that it is without this amazing team of people that I'm very thankful, as Elux said, to have the privilege and honor of working with. And of course, you can't have a tournament without players, and every player who's participated in this year has done such a fantastic job. I'm really happy with the quality, the massive increase in quality of like skill level that we've seen, and I can only see it getting so much better. So like I said, I cannot wait for next year. And obviously, again, Twitch chat, you've really made this World Cup something fantastic. You may return to whatever you were doing for the remainder of your weekend. I hope you enjoy your evening, your night, your afternoon, or your morning if you just happen to be waking up. We will see you real soon for, I think it's the Mania 4-Key World Cup is our next tournament, which should be coming out very, very soon. So check out notices for that one if you're interested in some furious key tapping action. And from myself, JB Hyperion, and from Elux and everyone here on the tournaments team, thank you all so much for watching, and we will see you next time.